When sheltering in place, whether at home, at work, or in public, you always want to shelter inside, never shelter outdoors. When sheltering in place, there might be an area with a sign that says shelter area. That means that this area is safe for you to shelter from a tornado. Shelter in a room that is most interior to the building, meaning that there are no windows in the room and none of the walls touch the outside. Once you're in this room, you want to stay here until the tornado threat has passed completely. In order to be extra safe once in your shelter room, the best thing to do is to get low to the ground. So crouch down on the floor. If you're in the bathroom, the best thing to do is get in the bathtub. Once you're crouched down on the floor, you want to be sure to protect your head. So cover it with your arms. If you brought a pillow with you, if you brought a helmet with you, keep your head protected. You also want to have your cell phone with you so that you can keep track on the radar or through emergency alert so that you're sure once the threat has passed. Today we're going to talk about how you can prepare for disasters before they strike. The first step is to get your family or your household together and talk about emergency planning. The first step there is to identify all the hazards that we face living here in North Texas. And it's no surprise to anyone that the list is very long. So identify those hazards and talk about how you would respond to all of those. The next thing you want to do is create a family or household communications list. Doesn't have to be a long list. The best thing to do is actually write it on a smaller piece of paper so that once you write down all the contacts you need, you can fold it up and put it in your wallet, in your backpack, or even keep a copy in your car. It's really important to include all the contact numbers, meaning cell phones for everyone in your household, but also numbers like your insurance companies, so that if you cannot use your cell phone for whatever reason after an emergency, you have all those important numbers already written down. The third thing you want to do with your family before a disaster is to build a family emergency kit. This is the kit that you would take to your shelter location in case you're there for a long period of time, or if you had to leave your house in the middle of the night during a disaster. You want stuff in here that will sustain you and your family. So important things that you should put in your kit: water bottles and snacks like granola bars, a change of clothing for each person in the household if you have room in your kit, some cash in case you need to use it later, that contact communications list that you put together, keep a copy in there, any important documents that your family needs, copies of insurance, information for your house, for your car, pets, any of that that you want with you, make a copy, put it in your kit. Chargers for cell phones. I need glasses, so I keep an extra pair of glasses in my kit as well. If you have pets, also remember that you need to make a kit for your pet to include food, water, copies of their vaccination records, maybe even a toy, so that when you leave with your pet during an emergency, you have stuff for them too. North Texas is the most disaster-prone area in the United States, and I don't say that to scare you, but I say that to say that you need to prepare before disaster strikes. So follow all the steps we talked about today, and you'll be more prepared for the next one.
Hi, this is Officer Luna with the Duncanville Traffic Unit. Just letting you know that tomorrow, August 10th, Duncanville ISD starts school back. Letting you know with the school's lights are flashing, if you do receive a citation, the fines can double. Just remember, while you're in the school zone, pay attention to all the kids that are walking and also to put your cell phones down.
My name is Lauren Sanchez, Regional Emergency Manager for the cities of Cedar Hill, Duncanville, DeSoto, and Lancaster. Fire Prevention Week is celebrated from October 8th through October 14th, and the Duncanville Fire Department would like to remind all residents that fire prevention and fire safety start with you. Always pay attention to fire prevention. Did you know that kitchen fires are the leading cause of home fires and home fire injuries? That's why it's important for all residents to understand that fire prevention and cooking safety is extremely important. Today we're going to talk about the recipe of home fire safety to keep you safe in your home. Unattended cooking is the leading cause of home fires and deaths. Always stand by your pan. If you leave the kitchen, turn off the burner. Remember to always turn pot handles away from the front of the stove towards the back so that they cannot accidentally be bumped over or pulled over the front of the stove. Always have a lid and oven mitt near your pan when cooking so that if a small grease fire starts, you can take the lid, slide it over the pan, and turn off the burner. When grilling, always make sure that your grill is in an open space and not near anything that can catch fire, like the side of your house, decking, rails, or even tree branches. Also, never leave a grill unattended when it is in use. Clubbing and cooking don't mix. After a night out, order in. For more general information on cooking safety and Fire Prevention Week, visit www.fpw.org. And for more information for kids and cooking safety, visit sparky.org.
Hello, champions. I'm Officer Michelle Arias, the Crime Prevention Officer for the Duncanville Police Department. Today I'm here to let you know what each permitted solicitor must wear if they're coming to your door. We have recently received several reports of suspicious people impersonating city or utility company employees.
Hi, I'm here with Encore.
As a reminder, each permitted solicitor should be wearing a reflective vest like this. The vest should display a pictured ID on the front side and a permit number on the back side. As always, if you see a suspicious person or suspicious activity, call 911 and report it immediately.
My name is Talia Lopez. I'm the Crime Victim Advocate for Duncanville Police Department. Crime Victim Advocate, what we do is that we help and support victims of violent crimes with education, information, and further resources. I work with a lot of domestic violence victims and their families. I provide support as well as resources. That includes the Women's Shelter, Genesis Women's Shelter, the Family Place, that's shelter for men, women, and children. Counseling support, because that's really important. Trauma support services of North Texas, as well as the Victim Intervention Program by Parkland. They provide those services, as well as immigration. I do assist with the U visa process, as well as Mosaic services. So there's an array of resources and services for victims that are experiencing domestic violence. Victims can contact me through my direct office line. That is 972-707-3832. They can always give me a call. I receive text messages as well, but I'm here to give them support and information.
National Weather Service just issued a tornado warning. We've got to go shelter in place. When sheltering in place, whether at home, at work, or in public, you always want to shelter inside, never shelter outdoors. When sheltering in place, there might be an area with a sign that says shelter area. That means that this area is safe for you to shelter from a tornado. Shelter in a room that is most interior to the building, meaning that there are no windows in the room and none of the walls touch the outside. Once you're in this room, you want to stay here until the tornado threat has passed completely. In order to be extra safe once in your shelter room, the best thing to do is to get low to the ground. So crouch down on the floor. If you're in the bathroom, the best thing to do is get in the bathtub. Once you're crouched down on the floor, you want to be sure to protect your head. So cover it with your arms. If you brought a pillow with you, if you brought a helmet with you, keep your head protected. You also want to have your cell phone with you so that you can keep track on the radar or through emergency alert so that you're sure once the threat has passed. Today we're going to talk about how you can prepare for disasters before they strike. The first step is to get your family or your household together and talk about emergency planning. The first step there is to identify all the hazards that we face living here in North Texas. And it's no surprise to anyone that the list is very long. So identify those hazards and talk about how you would respond to all of those. The next thing you want to do is create a family or household communications list. Doesn't have to be a long list. The best thing to do is actually write it on a smaller piece of paper so that once you write down all the contacts you need, you can fold it up and put it in your wallet, in your backpack, or even keep a copy in your car. It's really important to include all the contact numbers, meaning cell phones for everyone in your household, but also numbers like your insurance companies, so that if you cannot use your cell phone for whatever reason after an emergency, you have all those important numbers already written down. The third thing you want to do with your family before a disaster is to build a family emergency kit. This is the kit that you would take to your shelter location in case you're there for a long period of time, or if you had to leave your house in the middle of the night during a disaster. You want stuff in here that will sustain you and your family. So important things that you should put in your kit: water bottles and snacks like granola bars, a change of clothing for each person in the household if you have room in your kit, some cash in case you need to use it later, that contact communications list that you put together, keep a copy in there, any important documents that your family needs, copies of insurance, information for your house, for your car, pets, any of that that you want with you, make a copy, put it in your kit. Chargers for cell phones. I need glasses, so I keep an extra pair of glasses in my kit as well. If you have pets, also remember that you need to make a kit for your pet to include food, water, copies of their vaccination records, maybe even a toy, so that when you leave with your pet during an emergency, you have stuff for them too. North Texas is the most disaster-prone area in the United States, and I don't say that to scare you, but I say that to say that you need to prepare before disaster strikes. So follow all the steps we talked about today, and you'll be more prepared for the next one.
Hi, this is Officer Luna with the Duncanville Traffic Unit. Just letting you know that tomorrow, August 10th, Duncanville ISD starts school back. Letting you know with the school's lights are flashing, if you do receive a citation, the fines can double.
I can say it. You can say it. I can say it.
There he is. Joe Veracruz isn't here anymore.
You're a singer.
Okay.
He's just getting ready. And so you gotta make sure you're loving it. You're having the best time. Family life. My experiences of It's probably.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and begin our work session for this evening. For our meeting on Tuesday, January 21st, 2025 at 6 o'clock p.m. We have a few presentations are going to be done, so we're going to try to keep the ball rolling here so we get out on time. I think with good planning, we'll get this thing out and done so we can start our meeting at 7 for once. So, oh, yeah, yes, thank you, City Manager. And just for the record, Councilman Veracruz is out on family business and will not be here this evening. And with that, let's go ahead and jump into our agenda items. City Manager?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Good evening, Council. Jumping to the consent agenda, 4A is minutes, so I'll skip over to that. 4B, consider an ordinance providing for the appointment and contracts for a presiding municipal court judge and associate municipal court judges for the Municipal Court of Duncanville, authorizing the mayor to execute said contracts and authorizing funding from the general fund for said contracts. And our CFO, Richard Jackson, or our Court Director, Vicky De Los Santos, are both here. She just walked in perfect timing to help answer any questions. So,
Questions?
moving on. 4C, consider a resolution confirming the city manager's appointment of Christopher Shaw to serve a 1-year term and Steve Flanagan to serve a 3-year term as members of the City of Duncanville Civil Service Commission. And I'm happy to help answer any questions. I don't think Peter or Jacobs is here.
Questions?
Okay. Moving on, 4D, council to approve the conservation fund policy that we talked about at the last meeting. Ms. Taylor in the office did update that. I just want to share with you to reflect the $20,000 initial contribution that we discussed.
So there wasn't an org or an object number to say where the funds were coming from?
So we have to create a new fund, correct? And then we'll have to take it from the general fund.
And then the fees for services under that section, and forgive me, I've been congested, so I'm not gonna project my voice, but fees for services, it had the word increasing. Could we remove the word increasing for now, and if need be in the future, bring it back to council to suggest increasing fees? Because I see we have a variety of options, but we don't have to increase it.
Mayor, if I could just ask the attorney, is that something where we could just strike the word increasing without doing a major amendment to that?
I can, if you just give me a moment.
Sure.
Is this planning also to be used for the lag, and could it be like reimbursable for
Use
lag?
for everything, yeah. Any kind of open space, or really even at that point, you're talking about drainage and all kinds of different things.
Stormwater,
Yes.
and then there's some stormwater fees if need be, which going online, it says $3.50, but that's not the accurate fee, it's $5 for the charge, so probably wanna update that, but I'm pretty sure some money can be taken from the stormwater fee to be transferred over to.
We would bring any of those types of budget adjustments back to council separately.
Okay, those are my questions.
And so along the same line, since it is a brand new account, whose responsibility is that account going to fall to? The managers in the parks or departmentally?
Well, I mean, ultimately, right, I mean, council is the ultimate authority, as you know. You know, some of that type of stuff, we're gonna have to figure it out. You know, ideally, some of that would certainly pertain to Parks and Rec, and LAD, for instance, is a good example, but it could pertain to other things that could even include public works. Probably for right now, as we're getting enough and going, honestly, it'd be city administration. And then as we get going and get more comfortable with it, we can iron out some of the specifics.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Coons.
Yeah, I just want to thank this body for supporting this, because I went back and looked. It was 2021 when I first proposed this idea. So thank you for finally get it pushed across the line from there. Thank you, City Manager.
See how speedy we are?
For E, consider a resolution authorizing the award of Article number 18107 for the official newspaper designation to Rambler, Texas Media. Did I miss one? I'm sorry. No, okay. Rambler, Texas Media without a competitive process is allowed by Texas Government Code 252022. 16, in the annual amount not to exceed $16,000 for an initial one-year period with the option to extend the agreement for 2 additional one-year periods with a not to exceed expenditure amount of $48,000. Ms. Taylor is here to help me answer any questions.
Well, I have one. I read through it, but I'm not sure I really fully understand who Rambler, Texas Media is and who they service.
They service several cities, including DeSoto, right now, DeSoto, Cedar Hill, Coppell, Irving. They have several, and we looked at other newspapers. They are pretty much the only one that's actually, we can do legal notices in, because you have to have so much circulation in order to do legal.
Okay, so with the loss of the Daily Focus and their circulation in this area,
Yes.
I don't know anybody, somebody could tell me if I'm wrong, anybody that gets that circulation here. So are we dependent totally on their website? That's where if somebody,
They have started putting them here. I saw them at the newsstands at Walgreens, Kroger's, and he told me they have started putting them in the area since they now have. And Cedar Hill and DeSoto were both on Focus Daily as well. So now they both have gone over to the Rambler. So they were usually not in this far south. I'll say that. They were usually not this far south. They were more in cities up north. Coppell, Irving, in that area, general area. And now they've started to deliver their newspapers down this way, since Focus Daily is not delivering here anymore.
so is that something that we can put in water bill and post on our website so that people can know to be looking for it?
Yes.
Sure.
I don't see that there's going to be a significant drop off, and we're meeting the requirements of the law, but
Correct.
I just wasn't sure what their circulation was in this area. But you say they're already in DeSoto?
Yes, they've started putting their newspapers here. They just started putting here probably, he told me, at the end of December was when they first started putting them here.
Okay, thank you.
And
Any
we
other-
can make an effort to
Yes.
make sure that we're informing the residents about where we're putting the official notifications.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Coons?
Just a statement. You know, as far as having a requirement to have an official newspaper, and I know we're required to have it in print. So none of us ever heard the Rambler before. We saw it on this agenda. I wonder, and I'm glad that they're going to have, I guess, somewhere in town, somewhere they're going to have these print publications. But you know, I would encourage everybody to support any legislation that might remove that requirement from cities, because it seems like we're kind of handcuffed to it. So, just a statement.
And there is one at each of your dais today, if you're interested in looking at their newspaper. We did. They sent all of council one, and they're at the dais today.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, moving on, 4F, consider a resolution authorizing change order 1 for for a fiscal year 23 pipe bursting project in an expenditure amount of $59,429.15, not exceeding a total contract amount of $507,693.65. Public Works Director Matt Bryan is here to help answer any questions.
Hey, so I saw that it was additional material that was needed, piping and all of that. And it looked as though, according to the next one that we're going to, it started in 2021.
The FY '23 pipe bursting, I believe it was awarded back then, but I'm not sure exactly when it broke ground. Typically, the pipe bursting projects are pretty quick. Now, closing these projects has just been a combination of overturning staff. The company hasn't been eager to invoice us because they have ongoing projects with the city. So this is just us trying to close these projects up and move forward.
So the work is complete, it's just
Yes, ma'am.
getting it paid off.
Yes, ma'am.
So how does that affect our finances? Does that now need to come out of this budget, even though it started in a
This is
prior?
capital, so it continues to move with the project. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it carries, okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just want to make a comment about how well this is done, because sanitary sewer overflows, we were up there, and since this has been happening, we've had very few, and so it's very good for, one, the environment, but two, the reporting requirements and everything else.
Moving on, 4G, consider a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute change order 1, expenditure amount of $66,375 for the fiscal year 22 pipe bursting project with Vortex Companies LLC, using the previously authorized contingency amount of $99,999.63, not exceeding the total contract amount of $1,099,995.88. Again, Public Works Director Matt Bryan is here to answer any questions.
Need authority to sign it.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions?
Moving on, 4H, consider a resolution awarding a bid authorizing a cooperative purchasing agreement with Sid and Smart Emergency Group for fire engine parts and repair services through Houston Galveston Area Council Contract FS 1223 for a 1-year term with the option to renew up to 4 additional 1-year terms in an estimated expenditure amount not to exceed $1,105,127 over the 5 years, subject to the exercise of contract renewal and city council appropriation. And again, Public Works Director Matt Bryan is here to help answer questions.
Questions?
Moving 4I, consider a resolution awarding request for qualifications 240028 stormwater management services to Freeze and Nichols through the city's competitive qualifications process for stormwater management program services, and authorizing a contract for a 1-year term with the option to renew for up to 4 additional 1-year terms for a total contract amount not to exceed $395,507, subject to the exercise of contract renewals and city council appropriation. And Public Works Director Matt Bryan is here to help answer any questions.
Questions, council?
4J, consider a resolution awarding RFQ 250001 on-call traffic engineering services and authorizing indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity master service agreements with firms outlined in Exhibit A to provide traffic engineering services to the city of Duncanville for a 1-year term with the option to renew up to 4 additional 1-year terms, not exceeding the total contract amount of $300,000 per firm over 3 years, subject to the exercise of contract renewals and city council appropriation. Again, Public Works Director Matt Bryan is here to help answer any questions. I believe this goes in keeping with the same one we did for engineering at the
Yes,
last one.
yeah, it's structured the exact same way.
Okay, no question.
4K, consider a resolution adopting the complete streets policy. I'll answer any questions.
I know we went over this
Yes, we do.
very closely, but I do have a couple of questions. And this may not be so directly connected to this, but I want to see if it is. And that is, will any part of this complete street policy help us push the remainder of the Daniel Dale project forward? And because that does contain bike trails, I believe, from the 2018 bond.
Yes.
So let me just jump in there, and certainly Matt and Shahid can jump in here too. Here's what it'll help us do, is it's going to help us with grant opportunities. funding solutions anytime we do a project, because a lot of the grant tours want to know whether or not the city has adopted a policy that would be conducive with complete streets, so that will help with that. But the big thing is the policy says at the time of any pre-construction that we would evaluate whether or not to build the street as a complete street. And so it'll be done on a case-by-case basis. So it's not a mandate to do complete streets throughout the city, but it really gives the impression that the council really wants to see us move forward with complete streets.
Okay, and is that complete street decision an internal decision?
Yeah, so that's where traffic and engineering and public works would be reviewing it. And then when they bring the project to you, they would be saying, this is gonna be a complete street and here's why, or this can't be a complete street and here's why.
Okay. And last question, I also didn't see anything in here, maybe again, it isn't connected directly. I didn't see any references to accessibility in the overall design of a complete street. Does it include that, or is that just something that's gonna happen because of federal requirements?
Yeah, this was really developed to be like a pretty much high level policy that addresses overall complete street concept or introduction of that concept to the city projects, but it's not into the details. But yes, it addresses the accessibility, and that's the idea of complete street, is providing accessibility for all. A complete street should cover every element to have access for different uses, and not only cars, for example. So it's just that whole idea of providing accessibility for all is what this supports. So it's just part of the support to the concept of reaching accessibility for all.
Okay, thank you.
And Mayor, it does have in there, there's a reference to users of all devices. So when you think about that, that would include wheelchairs, walkers, scooters, bikes, you name it, everything, so.
All right, thank you.
No, that clarifies.
Okay, all right. Okay, moving on, 4L, consider resolution 2025-407 to accept the Dawn Park Master Plan that you were briefed on, I believe at 2 meetings ago. Director Stevenson is here to help answer any questions.
So there's we're going with a lesser package to start out with, correct?
Phase one would include a smaller package of the entire master plan, yes.
So when we look at the drawings that were provided here and from before, none of them show drawing back to a phase one. It's all the complete project, right? I just want to make sure what I was looking at wasn't, my expectations weren't.
Sure, we
thrown
provided
off.
2 graphics, one for the overall master plan and one that just shows phase one.
Okay.
So there's 2 graphics.
All right, so everybody clear on that?
And Mayor, if I could too, just real quick, so I want to make sure that everybody's clear on what we're doing here. We're accepting the master plan. We're not approving anything, we're not authorizing any funding, we're not doing any sorts of designations. Again, you're accepting the plan, and that gives us a good indication that yes, you want to move forward in that direction.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So what would be the next step after this?
A budget amendment and a directive.
I guess you'll bring the phase one back to us and discuss that.
Okay. 4M, the title says Wheatland Plaza PD amendment. Went through this pretty extensively at the last city council meeting. The city attorney went through that. Mr. Brewer is here to help answer any questions, but this is the document that he produced as a result of your last meeting.
Any questions? No?
Finally, 4N, consider a resolution to authorize a contract with Central Square Technologies for the management of residential and business alarm services. I don't see the police chief, but if somebody could grab him if he's just outside the door, there, that would be wonderful. So, and to help answer any questions. So.
You don't want the questions?
This one, I think I need his help on, so.
I know a little bit about it, Doug.
Sure, thank you, I appreciate it.
It'll
So,
be contractish.
okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello, Elton.
Hi.
So I was reading the contract, and it started in 2017
Yes.
with an option to renew every year for 5 years.
Yes.
That would put us at 2022. We're in 2025. What have we done in that gap of time?
I couldn't answer that question because I don't know. But what I could tell from what the documents were provided to me is that I told the police chief we needed to come to council to get approval to move forward with any type of service that he wanted to do. It's a revenue generating contract. And I think it was about $74,000 a year the city acquires by providing that service.
And council member, I think this would, I don't think it's a stretch to say that this falls in that category of we're requiring resolutions before we're executing contracts and
Yes.
and payment of bills, and so we're looking for a resolution for the council to.
They couldn't get past me until they got me. Same with that.
So it's the same type of contract. So we'll enter the contract this year and with the option to renew annually for 5 years. And then you'll come back to us again.
This was
Lifetime.
written, there you go. This was written for a 1-year term with options to renew for an additional 4 1-year.
Okay.
We were very specific about that language.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions? It's easy.
See, you walked in just in time. Good job.
You're welcome.
Okay, so that concludes our consent items, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, we'll move right into our city council calendar, city secretary.
Thank you, Mayor. For January, we have the animal ordinance workshop on the 23rd and reschedule passing the gavel luncheon for the January the 27th. February, we have the senior Valentine's lunch on the 13th. The emergency management training for council on February the 17th at 3 p.m. And February 20th is the Black History Fireside Chat at the Senior Center, which will be on February the 20th. And February the 17th is Coffee with the Mayor, and also the public budget and CIP Town Hall.
Council, what did we decide about the workshop for the cultural district? Do we still need to have that?
I don't think we settled on anything, but there was a discussion.
Yes, there was a discussion.
When we decide we're available to do workshops, that we would get on it as quick as possible. So we can discuss that right now if we want to look at respective dates.
Because there was a suggestion of January 30th.
Yes, Mayor was not available on that day.
You have a better date.
Just not the 30th.
So February, we still have several open days in February.
February 3rd.
Third. We don't have anything on February.
Before or after you give blood?
Let's do after.
So I want to do afternoon?
Do we?
No can do.
You can't do? Okay.
6.
6.
I will be in town on the 6th.
Fifth?
I'm out
That's
of
a
town on the
Wednesday.
6th.
So what's your out of town dates the rest of that week?
5th and 6th. And then I'm available on the 7th at afternoon. After 3 p.m. I can come like 4 p.m. Y'all, it shouldn't take that long. You're not good for it?
No, it shouldn't take long. No,
Right, Brent?
yeah, any of those will work. I was trying to figure out. I think it's not gonna take that long before it gets on the floor. Yeah,
Oh, before the
And
meeting.
I'm okay on the 4th.
Oh,
Okay.
before the council meeting.
4 o'clock.
We're all good?
We need a representative from, we need the arts chair to be present according to what their bylaws.
Okay, what time?
So 5 o'clock, is that good for everybody? Yes, it works great. Fine.
If I just could, is the council interested in that also being on that agenda? Would you like me to put it on with a couple of blank lines so that whatever you decide in the workshop, then you can take action that night? Okay.
I'm interested in it. I don't know if you're.
All right.
No, I think,
That's the purpose of this workshop.
I think that's a good idea. You know, we pushed a couple things down the road, and I want to thank all the members of the council for understanding the importance of the workshops that we're going to be having over the next couple of weeks. It's extra time, and it's no telling whether it's going to be an hour or 2 hours, but I appreciate you understanding the value that it brings to making our decisions. Certainly we could read the information, but when we get together and we can actually talk, ask questions, and suggest changes, it makes for a better decision when we have staff and, in the case of the board, waiting for a decision. Thank you. It really helps us move along.
Thank you, staff. That's all I have.
Did you say 4?
Five.
And then, brought to my attention, the animal workshop wasn't on the city calendar. I saw it was posted.
I thought it was on.
Yes, it is.
Not on the website.
The website.
We'll make sure that.
We'll make sure it is.
Okay, so
So, and Mayor, also during that time too, it was, during that January time, there's also the convention center, the red, or yeah. That was also something that was suggested on the developers.
slow tonight.
Developers, retailers, the convention center.
What date is that?
Oh, that is.
That was those days.
27.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mayor, I'm sorry, if I can just real quick.
Sure.
I know you probably saw in the email, the 27th is the day of that. So, you saw, based on the rules of procedure, Ms. Lewis had been reaching out to a number of council members about holding neighborhood meetings, and we can only do it in District 2 and 4 this year at this point. So Ms. Lewis will be reaching out to coordinate if you want to do those in District 2 and 4, maybe in the month of February or March. So, okay.
And is that something the at-large can attend, or being that the at-large is up?
Let me defer to the city attorney, please.
Okay, we're done with the calendar. Let's move on to item 3, briefings and presentations. First presentation is a life school project update. Dr. Barrera.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. I wanted to take this opportunity to kind of bring you up to speed on where we're at with the life school project. We hired Walter P. Moore, which is an engineering firm that the city has used in the past to review the project's civil drawings and traffic study. We also hired Olson. Olson is an urban planning firm, and we've asked them to review the plan development application. So those documents have been submitted to the consultant. The consultant has reviewed them and provided their comments. Those comments have been shared with the life school team. They've had an opportunity to review it. As recent as last week, last Tuesday, the life school team and the city team, including staff and consultant, met to go over the engineering comments and the traffic study comments to obtain some clarification so they could go back and review the plans accordingly. This Thursday, we will have a meeting with the Olson planning firm to go over their zoning analysis memorandum with the life school team. And based off of that feedback, they're going to make a decision as to how they want to proceed with their zoning application. The Planning and Zoning Commission has requested a tour of the property, and we're going to have that. We're going to try to schedule that for sometime next month. We're going to have to do 2 tours to not be in any violation of the Open Meetings Act. We also have staff that has expressed interest in being part of that tour, so we're going to be including them as well. That's all I have. We have Dr. Wilson here in attendance that and answer any questions you have regarding some of the progress.
Mr. Barrera, thank you. Before we go on to that though, you mentioned the team and staff. Who else do you expect to be on that tour?
At this point, it'd be the planning and, a few of the planning and zoning commission members and staff members. And life school team to provide us access to the property.
Okay. Anybody else?
Not at this time.
Okay, is there invitations? Is it open for anybody else? Are you limiting who's going to be on the tour?
I'm scheduling the tour at the request of the Planning and Zoning Commission. They're the ones that reached out to and said we would love to, if possible, obtain a tour of the property.
Well, let's just be prepared that if somebody asks that we know the answer as to whether or not anybody else can be on the tour.
What if council members want to go back?
We can. I'd have to work out those logistics.
Okay. Well, we can certainly accommodate.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. I'm just,
Yeah.
this was prompted by a request of the Planning and Zoning Commission.
I'm glad to hear they want to go see it. Okay.
Mayor,
Mr.
were
Coons.
you asking about just general public?
Anybody, yeah, including the general public. It's private property and people don't have access to it to see what's actually out there. I have no doubt that, that over time people have traveled out there on their own. But in a case like this, I don't know if it would create more confusion or maybe it would lengthen the stay out there. I just want to be clear that if people do ask, that we're prepared to answer one way or another. Thank you.
Yes.
How do we, I know we post the agenda, but there were residents who were not aware that the briefing was happening tonight, which is fine. How do we keep the public informed, those who are truly concerned and want to be involved in what's happening? How do we keep them informed other than just posting the public notice? Is that the only way that they will know?
Well, there's statutory for the public hearing notices.
Yes, once we get to a point that we're further along with the project, we will complete the statutory requirements of notifying in the newspaper, sending the adjacent owners notice, posting on the property. We're just not that far along in the process right now. There's a series of revisions that need to be made to the project plans, traffic study, and it seems like there's also going to be a change to the application. So once we have all that worked through, then we will pull the trigger on a public hearing. But at this time, we have a public hearing date has not been scheduled.
Right.
And I think you might have touched on this, but let me be clear. At this point, there is not an application on file.
There is an application.
There is an application.
We have our zoning consultant, Olson, that has reviewed the application along with the development plans and has provided a detailed zoning analysis. That analysis has been shared with the life school team. They've reviewed it, and Thursday morning, we're going to be discussing the comments and discussing a strategy of how to proceed forward with their application.
Okay.
Mayor, yeah, so Victor, just, and the purpose of tonight's briefing is, it's been a couple of months since this has been before you. Just keep it top of mind awareness, right? Timeline. I know that's always a huge question, but we have an application, it's working through the process. We've asked for additional steps information to make it a complete application so that it can then advance to P&Z and council.
Correct.
Do we have any estimated timeline at this point?
As far as when we could potentially have a
P&Z, for instance?
It could be, I'd like to say, another 30, 45 days.
And I'm sure that Life School would like to see it sooner rather than later.
Yes.
But we have to make sure it's a complete application.
Yes, because within that I have to factor in the time that it's going to take them to revise their plans, amend their traffic study, resubmit for our team to review, make sure that everything's been addressed. And if it hasn't, then it might involve another set of resubmittals. So I'm right now with this 30 to 45 day timeline, assuming that everything will be addressed, once our team reviews it. And we said, okay, we're now comfortable enough with the project to proceed with a public meeting.
Victor, we also had a staff meeting with the applicant, and I'd ask you to do a regular meeting to make sure that there's a cadence, that the communication is being shared back and forth between
staff, the city, and life school. Has that happened?
Yes, we have that scheduled for every 2 weeks. We did not have one here recently only because last week we met with the entire team to go over an update of that, and it was not necessary, was not deemed as necessary. And we also have another meeting this Thursday to discuss the zoning application. But no, that is on our calendars, and we meet if we need be, but if there's enough progress between the 2 check-ins, we cancel the meetings.
I don't think, Mayor, that we were looking for a formal presentation from life school in any way. It was more just to kind of
No.
brief you. I don't know.
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, I don't know if life school, if there's anybody that you've talked to about speaking tonight or.
No, I asked Dr. Wilson to be here and answer any questions or maybe add anything that I may have left out, but that's really about it.
Yeah, I think it was clear. I mean, it just states it's a life school project update, so I think we've got clarity now. Yes, ma'am?
One more question. I know we met with some residents. The information they provided, was that also taken into the conversation or included in your conversations that you've had with the Olson and with Life School, the concerns and the information, traffic, everything that they provided in that meeting that we had, the noise and everything, that was all considered in the conversation?
The adjacent owners have recently met and would like to request a meeting with staff to go over a detailed list of their concerns.
Okay.
So we were exchanging emails back and forth these last few days, and so we're looking to get some dates for either this week or next week to sit down with them and go through those concerns.
It's good.
So has it been determined whether or not it would be an application for a PD or an SUP, or is that still being discussed?
Well, the consultant looked at the application as received or as presented, and that's a plan development application. And based off of that, provided certain comments based on that, the submittal, but is providing the city with a number of options. One is a special use option with variances, and the other one is to continue with the plan development option, but provide more detail in the application. Yeah. So that's very detailed in their zoning analysis memorandum, and this Thursday we're going to go over those options.
So you've stated in the staff report, you mentioned both options.
Sorry.
But it's obvious the way this is stated that no decision has been made yet.
The application as submitted is a plan development application, but our zoning consultant has reviewed the application and said that there's deficiencies in that to really consider it a full plan development application, and suggested that maybe one other option or alternative is to treat the project as a special use and call out the zoning variances that are needed for the project as another way of addressing this case moving forward.
Okay, and you're meeting with the life school representative to discuss that, just
Yes.
that particular recommendation by our consultants?
Yes,
Okay.
so on that call will be the Olson planning firm, the city staff, and the life school team to go over that.
Okay. Anything else, Council?
About 30, 45 days for possible update?
I'm expecting 30 to 45 days to have a hearing.
Okay.
At PNC, not
At PNC, yes,
yeah.
yes, the first
I
public, 30 to 45 days, that first public meeting.
Okay. Just keep us in the loop, and whenever the public meeting is scheduled, if you could provide that to us, and then I'm pretty sure Councilmember Sherry Brown would want to possibly tell her constituents as well.
Not a problem. Happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next item 3B, City Council to receive a briefing on the current municipal materials management agreement for solid waste, recycling, bulky waste, and rush collection and transport services. Provide direction to staff to begin the process for renewal for a new contract for September 2026. Mr. Bryant and Mr. Dunn.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Council. My name's David Dunn. I'm the Assistant Utility Superintendent.
And I'm LaShonda, Solid Waste Department Coordinator.
So we're here to discuss the upcoming municipal materials management agreement expiration. I like to call it the solid waste account, or anything besides this long term here. So anyway, we'll get on into it. And this is just an icebreaker. This is not to make any decisions. We're gonna have a year and a half to, maybe not a year and a half to make a decision, but a year and a half to, before it expires. So currently, we're with Republic Services. We went to council July of 2019. Come September 21 of 2019, it went into effect. I don't know why we chose 9/21 instead of October 1. I don't know why there's a week lax there, but the agreement expires in 2026. So the reason why we're giving you a heads up on this is to, one thing, make sure we're making the right decisions and we have all the information to make our next agreement, whether it be with the Republic or renew a new contract. But it's just a way that we give a heads up instead of having a crunch period at the very last minute trying to make those types of agreements. Currently, we have trash collection twice a week, recycle once a week, and brush, we're at 2 collections per month at 10 cubic yards apiece. So currently, the city pays Republic $22.11 per household. So that does not include the landfill rates. So landfill rates would be included in that. That's why the residents pay a little bit more than that $22.11. There's a little bit of difference on curbside and alley also. So back 2021, Uri came around. It's cold out there. The recycle carts, the bins that we have, and the trash bags that were sitting out, there was concerns that maybe we needed to discuss going to carts. Once we approached council, August of 21, we came up with a survey. We went over the questions that should be asked on that survey. Alex did a great job of putting that together. So actually, September 21, we finalized the survey. October the 5th is when we had the rollout. It was National Night Out. That was the first time out we had to present the cards. The QR code was pretty successful. Overall, we had approximately 3,000 people that participated, whether or not they were individual households or it was, but as you can see, this was one of the questions, where do you live, that did the survey here in town, and it's a pretty good representative of who did the survey. Okay, so after we did the survey, other questions were how satisfied were you with Republic, and as you can see, that's right at pretty high percentage were satisfied, all the way down to very dissatisfied, very minimal. Let's go to question 3. The recycling, pretty much the same, satisfied, all the way down to very dissatisfied. You can kind of just tell the responses there. Vulcan brush, looks like there's more, not very satisfied, but yet unsatisfied, area. This could be also every time we have a brush storm, that we have tons of debris that's going to be over 10 cubic yards. We always kind of struggle, trying to get that cleaned up. I think as a city, as myself actually working in this department, I've learned, especially with this past windstorm, that how to react a little bit quicker and how to get it off the residents' yards. But that is an issue with just disasters. It's not normal collection. So this was asked in between 2021 and 2022, whether or not they had issues with the Republic. 80% had no issues, 20% had issues with Republic. Yes.
So with the ones that had quote unquote issues, do we know what
Did anybody leave comments about what those issues were? I mean, they picked up my trash and left a paper cup on the ground?
Yes, sir. There's about 2,000 responses. Not so much in particular with the 80% and 20. This was really the responses with the 2,000 comments was no carts, yes carts. I was like, glass, we didn't recycle for a little bit of time there. So I was like, hey, let's get glass bags. So in January 23, we brought glass back for recycling. It was mainly, carts versus no carts on those responses. But as far as that pie chart right there, the 80-20, that was just a question, and that's how the ball fell. So as far as complaints to their call center, I do not think, they might have been talking about us also, because we take a lot of calls as a city. Sean and myself, Lisa Wren, CC, Alex does a really good job on social media, taking care of complaints. So that's the responses there. So here is, on average, this was asked of how many bags per household that's generated. As you can see, the 2 to 3 bags per week is really the most prevalent. You have some that are 8 bags or more. I'm assuming that's probably a little bit bigger families. Just after doing a little bit of research on the 96-gallon carts, that should be able to hold up to 8 13-gallon trash bags. Do you recycle? 74% yes, 26% no.
I've got a question.
Yes.
So what, I know that's the answer there.
Yeah.
But really, what is it for the city? I mean, because I've heard more that more like under 50% people that are actually recycling.
That is a good question. This was just a question for the citizens to answer. We can get tonnages and how much is actually, I've been trying to work on that, getting the tonnages of what is taken down to the MRF, which I do believe we're taking it to Plano for the recycling plant. We can get tonnages and also the contamination. Just because you say, hey, I recycle, but if it's not done correctly, that's contaminated and it'll cost even more to take that to the landfill. So your cost of recycling now goes out the window because it's not done correctly, or some things such as glass is heavier to transport.
Right. Well, I would love or hope that our city was that or even better. Okay.
Yes, so I agree. So here was the big question, and this was presented, back in 22. So when asked cards or no cards, 59% said yes, 41% said no. Pretty basic right there. I do know, just having a look at that slide, we have alley collection, and that's going to be a little bit different collection services. We have about 20% of houses alley that might require a separate truck or not a fully automated truck, where you'd actually have an individual on the back of the truck to load it up and then tip it from there, as opposed to just a single automated. Yes, sir.
At the beginning of the presentation, you had pinpoints where all the respondees were in the city.
Yes.
Do you have a yes, no to attach to those respondees? Like, because some neighborhoods it's real easy to do that in. Some of them it won't be easy at all. So it just kind of plays into some of these decisions where we are actually able to do those bins or not able to do them.
Correct. Alex said we can actually pull that extract out of data.
The dots correspond to the answers, so you can click it.
Okay, I'd like to see that. That would be useful, helpful. Thank you.
And there, even I know the Redbird area, around Jungle Drive, it is fairly hilly over there. You're gonna have steps out there. You're gonna have elderly, but there are assistive programs that we can for mobility impaired, which we do right now with the Republic, which is more a curb, like instead of curbside, it'll be porch, by the porch or by the garage. And I'm assuming, you know, when we write out the contract, it'll be the same, that if they need assistance, you know, taking the cart from their house to the truck, and then later on taking it back down to their house, that should be available.
So you would have someone additional on these trucks doing that then, is that right?
That would be correct.
Well, I don't want to belabor this, but and Mr. Pennebaker and I have talked about it. Some of these driveways in that area they're two-story houses, and the top of their roof is below the street level. And you can imagine, you know, a 100-pound, 85-year-old woman trying to carry that cart down. Now, multiply that times how many situations we have like that on both sides of, in District 5, on both sides of I-20. I mailed out to all those when I campaigned because I wasn't going to go all the way down those driveways. So I can't imagine hauling those things up, even a couple, 3 bags, and taking them back down. So that's where we need to have deep discussions about how that problem can be resolved with no chance that the rules will be changed if we ever went in that direction. I appreciate the fact that over 50% of the citizens have expressed positively that they'd like to go this route. But I'll tell you, I'd have a real difficult time until somebody could impress upon me that all those needs, because many of those people that live in those houses up there are exactly what I described, not capable of getting that trash up and down by themselves. Significant movement. Yes, sir.
Just, okay, so we currently have, so we do have a service where they'll help elderly and disabled. So I guess currently, how are they getting the bags up the hill?
Well, most people, I think, when they have a few bags, they just put them in the trunk of their car and drive them up. Frankly, I think that's what they're doing. If you're able-bodied, you might be able to carry 4 bags up, you know, one trip. But if you're not familiar with the neighborhood, it's hard to fathom the difficulties of getting down those driveways, because you're talking about probably about at least a 30-foot drop from the street level down to the driveway level, and then climb up that hill, because it's pretty steep. A lot of them are restricted on property depth because of a creek behind them. So the drop-off is very steep. Again, I don't want to belabor that, so I just want to mention it.
So we did a comparison with the surrounding cities. We didn't really put a price, you know, tag on there at this point. It all depends on the service level, the frequency, which is going to be a big question to answer, or actually to fulfill. It's going to come down to frequency, how much, such as brush, but as you can see, it does vary. You know, like Cedar Hill uses Waste Management. You know, they do 1 time a week with carts, once a month at 10 cubic yards, and pretty much across the board, everybody does recycle once a week. But it does vary from, you know, from city to city, as you can see. The price, we were trying to, you know, make sure we're looking apples to apples, to make sure that, you know, it does include their landfill costs, and you know, and is that a true dollar amount, or is the city putting on a little bit more to go to help other funds out there, whether with the keep? Yes, so this is just a comparison here for you to look at, and I think we're down to the last couple last ones. So really, so it really comes down to Republic Services. Do we actually renew with them? Should we go out through RFP? And then there's some cities out there that actually also had an advisory committee to help them with that process. We're a little bit more transparent, so they can have input from all the constituents out there. So also, do we go out to a consultant to help with that process? So those are some of the options to think, you know, take a look at to help us with the process of getting final as far as an agreement with our next contract or renewal.
Mr. Coons.
Thank you. So 2 things. So will you be looking for any kind of direction from us as far as
tonight?
Yes, sir. Not a decision, but just certain direction you want, because it sounds like We'll have, yeah, I mean, we'll have an option of doing an RFP and going through the competitive bidding process and looking at other service providers. So is that something you're looking for a feel from us, whether or not we want to do that, or just?
Well, here's what I would say to you. I've been speaking with Interim Assistant City Manager Kevin Hogman, and he's been working with Public Works and David. And from what I understand from the waste disposal companies, and I won't speak for them, but they would like to know in advance if they're getting the contract so they can prepare, right, to purchase whatever equipment they need, that sort of thing. So while a year and a half seems like a long way away, we probably don't have that long, but we wanted to get it to you early so that we could start having the conversation, especially if you wanted to engage some sort of citizen committee or something or other like that. So we don't need necessarily a decision tonight, even a confirmative direction, but it's something we really want to start talking about. And if there's consent to move forward with, for instance, a citizen group, then that's fine, we can start in that direction. But we just kind of want to start the conversation with you.
I did have a second question. So could you go back to this was the previous, one more, the chart. So down there for ULIS, it says ULIS under cars, it says the resident has options. So what does that look like?
The options were a 96 gallon card, I do believe, a 64 gallon card. They can use, I want to say they can almost even use, now that's going to be a contract through them, they can also use their own trash can. So it is actually an option out there, which I think is kind of, I don't know if that's the best way to go about it, because now you're not uniform across the city. That's, I could do more research on those options. And it's, a lot of this stuff you can find on their websites, and so I did a lot of research and have even working with some of them like Cedar Hill, DeSoto, to try to come up with a listing of what the services are each city does.
I think we're broken down into 9 different sections, and we've talked about doing a hybrid or different things. Are we able to break that down for each section, or is that?
I think that'll have to be a further discussion, with our managers and kind of see what is possible out there to make those decisions.
Mr. Hogman.
Mr. Hogman.
So, thank you. If I could just add a little bit, as the city manager was saying, we wanted to get this in front of you because we recognize that the expiration date is not until 2026. And you would say, well, why are we talking about it this soon? But in a lot of cases, if we stay with Republic or if we go to a new provider, but there's changes, they have to have time to get equipment in place. We want to have time if there's changes in the service level, that we're having a lot of education with the citizens and so forth. So we wanted to get it in front of you now, just so you start thinking about it. But as far as the process, what we would really want to do then, whether we go with a citizen committee or working with the council directly, we want to kind of start having more of these discussions about what are you looking for in the service level, because even if we go out for RFP to multiple providers, we want to be able to give some parameters so that we're not getting all across the board. We want to know what it is y'all are looking for, with a couple of options of service levels. So that's kind of why we wanted to get it in front of you. We need to get more information. As David said, we're trying to get rate information and make sure that it's good comparison so that you have an idea where we are and what others are at. But there are a number of different factors out there. One of the things too that we know, Republic's contract with the city of Arlington has a provision within their contract that no city within 50 miles of them can use bag service. So that is something for us to have to consider, going forward. So wanted to have those conversations. We know we need to have more conversations with you. We just wanted to get this out in front of you just to kind of see if there's any thoughts that y'all have. So if you, so that's, I'll leave it at that.
I would like, thank you for the information. I've heard rumors that it was getting ready to expire in 2026. I would like to know more about the service level agreement options. And I'm pretty sure you'll bring that back the next few times when you bring it to council. Because me personally, great information, good to know, but I don't know what our options are to be able to give any type of direction today, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And the one thing that I want to say about that, Republic has served Duncanville for a considerably long time. They know the routes. I was there in 2019, and when you start changing and stuff, if you want to see citizens get upset, mess with their trash, okay? And so Republic's done a good job, okay? And so I'm going to say they've been involved with other things with PIP. They've done other things too. So I'm giving them a thumbs up in terms of what they do as well.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. Oh, good. Breaking my promise at the front end, we have one more item, item 3C, City Council to receive a briefing on a 2025 project roadmap.
And we're gonna move that to them so we can get out.
Okay.
Oh, you wanna do it?
Yeah, let's do it right
60 seconds, let's go.
For the sake of time, I won't go through the whole presentation, but I wanted to just follow up. There's a couple emails.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Angel Deal. I'm the project manager for the city, and I just joined in December, right? Yeah, okay. So, for the sake of time, we won't go through the presentation, but there has been some email exchange going back and forth about the roadmap. So I wanted to at least let you guys know that. So I did bring up just a couple hard copies. So we'll provide you with the link so that you can go to this document. It is gonna be a fluid document, so it may change just based on deadlines or different things that happen with the project. So if you see changes on it, don't be alarmed. We'll make sure that it's updated timely. And then I wanted to follow up, there was a request from Ms. Goodman here for a legend so that you all would know when there were items. So when you go to the document, you can't see it here, it's pretty small, but there's a legend that will let you know that if there's any training that's related to you, any public meetings, those are marked off, and then anything that we're gonna bring to the council for the first time or something that's brand new. So that'll be on here as well. So I'll leave these here for you, and if you have any questions, you can filter those through city manager or myself, and we'll make sure to get back to you all.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
Okay, so we will, we will adjourn our work session at 7:01. Ms. Goodman. Ms. Goodman. 7:01. And then, approximately 47 seconds to meet us back in the chamber.
We're coming back here, right?
Yes.
Yes, we're gonna.
Okay, welcome to City of Duncanville's regular session for Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order and start with a invocation. The chaplain, Moises Ruiz, could not make it tonight, so Councilman Mac Burnett has been gracious enough to lead us in our invocation. Please stand.
Great and glorious God, we want to thank you for this day. We want to thank you for the blessings you've bestowed upon us. May you continue to guide us, lead us, be with us, and that we may do your works and honor you. We ask that in your Son's name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. All right, now please join me in the pledges to our flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Thank you. We'll go into our item number one, reports from Mayor's report. I just want to compliment and thank all those that were involved in putting together the recent celebration of Duncanville held at the Hilton Garden Inn on Saturday. Was it Saturday evening? Thursday evening. A special thanks to Steve Martin and Hilda over there at the Chamber and all the Chamber members that put a lot of work into having that event go very well, representing so many aspects of what we do in Duncanville, not just city business, although that was a big part for us with the state of the city that we did a little bit differently this year, and I'll get to that in a minute. And thanks for the council for their participation and joining in on that event. It just it means the world to the city, I think, to see so many different groups come together. We have everybody from our Lineberger, who are tax attorneys, to our Duncanville Community Theater, our school district, city employees. It just goes on and on. It's just friends of Duncanville that have been here and served on committees and boards and councils, but they keep coming back. And every time that room is filled up, it just reminds me of why people love living here. It's a culture of people that, in spite of any differences we have, we can get together and we can celebrate the good things. And in this case, it was a celebration for me personally about the energy that I see on this council, in this community, our citizens that are engaging, our city manager and his team putting together just a real exciting plan for the future. And it's coming in all shapes and forms, including the comprehensive plan, which I'm sure you will hear a pitch about the survey here in a minute. But again, I want to thank everybody and thank you, Alex Hamby and Francisco Ramos. Thank you for your part in putting together a video that I'm literally receiving compliments all day, every day since the event. It was very well produced and put together, and thank you, council members, for partaking in that new endeavor with this council contributing in the video. If you haven't seen it, please go to the website and look at it. I think you'll see that there's a lot of energy and excitement going on right now. With that, I'll pass this on to council members. Mr. Kuntz.
Thank you, Mayor. So last week on Tuesday, we started a chess club at the library. It's every second Tuesday at 6 o'clock at the library, and it's for all levels. If you're a beginner, come out and learn how to play. But I say that to encourage everybody to support all the library programming, because right now they've got, in addition to the chess club, there's a writers club, There's an arts and drawing club. They've got yoga classes that are going to be starting soon, tax preparation, you name it, whatever your interest is or needs are, there's probably some kind of programming they have at the library. And all this programming is free, by the way, for the community. And so I want to encourage everybody to take advantage of everything that's going on there. And I don't even have enough time to mention everything that they're doing, but go take a look. And then also, I have the pleasure of serving on the Texas Parks and Wildlife Advisory Committee. And so it's just an advisory board to the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission. And so we meet a couple of times a year. And so we met today. And, basically I just want to tell everybody that, we do have a state park in our area, which is a regional park. It's Cedar Hill State Park, but it's actually owned and maintained by the state of Texas. And so, even though it's in Cedar Hill, it's actually our state park. But I want to encourage everybody to visit the state parks. You can get an annual pass and basically visit any park in Texas for free with that. I think it's a $75 annual pass. And we here in Duncanville potentially will benefit from partnerships with Texas Parks and Wildlife. And as a matter of fact, we already do. We have at the Lad Preserve, we have someone that comes out from Texas Parks and Wildlife, and he does educational programming with kids. And so he does nature tours and nature walks. And so we benefit from that relationship. So again, just want to encourage everybody to visit the state parks and to support that program, and as well as buy sporting goods, because we have a sales tax that goes towards state parks if you purchase sporting goods in Texas. So thank you.
Mr. Pennebaker.
Good evening. First, I want to mention the rec center. Right now, there is a membership drive through January. You get 12 months for the price of 6. They've got a lot of wonderful programs there, fitness equipment, and they're going to be starting an archery program, which is pretty special for me. Outside of that, our master plan update, we've extended the deadline to take the survey. We encourage everyone to take it. We're getting a lot, but we need a lot more of responses. And the deadline for that is February 28th. So if y'all can get that in and share it with your friends, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Gooden.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City of Champions. It's good seeing you this evening. I wanted to take the time to say thank you to the mayor. When he was elected as the mayor for Duncanville this term, he mentioned that he would like to kind of do something different with the state of the city, and something that hadn't been done before, which was include his fellow council members in it. And that is, for me, I know when you are elected as mayor, I would think one thing that you're looking forward to is the state of the city, being able to address the city for the first time with the vision and what's happened before in the past and how we plan to move forward. And it's always just been done by the mayor. But our mayor, who is so committed to not just opening up to everyone in the city of Duncanville, but he's also committed to including this current council. So thank you so much for doing that. Thank you for being considerate and unselfish. I appreciate that. So thank you for giving us that opportunity to join you. We had a great time. Also, thank you to Alex and his staff and his team. Where did he go? His team for the great, for the great media production. It looked stellar, and I was very proud of it. Also, I would like to say congratulations to our new Woman of the Year for the city of Duncanville, is Mrs. Karen Contreras. Congratulations, well deserved. I don't know anyone who works as hard as she does here in the city of Duncanville. So thank you.
And just for the record, thank you. She's my favorite Woman of the Year every year since 1981. And thank you for that. And one other thing before I go on to Mr. McBurnett, I do want to remind everyone that actually, you know, I'd thought about that myself, and I did discuss it with Ms. Gooden, but coincidentally, and it was strictly a coincidence, the city manager and Alex approached me early on before we even started doing any of this, and they had a similar thought that that would be good to do. Now, I didn't know what that was going to look like, but Alex went out and brought a video from another state and city that had done something similar to that. And when I saw it, I said, I'm in. This is great. So they contributed to that thought of unity and bringing everybody in, and including lots of pictures of staff members throughout. It was just very well done and very well received, so thank you all for that, and thank you for your compliments. I appreciate it. Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you, Mayor, and I would like to ask for a little additional time.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion for additional time and a second.
Thank you, and stuff. But I do want to. Oh yeah. Let's vote.
How much time are you needing?
Oh, half hour.
The door's open. All right, let's vote. All right, you're good to go. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I want to echo what each one of them have talked about. We do have fantastic things here in the city to do, whether it's parks and recs, you know, whether it's archery, anything that we really try to do a good job on doing things. But I also wanted to congratulate Mrs. Contreras again for doing that. She finally can meet up because he was Man of the Year at one time, so she can actually, they've got a couple there, so it works. The Celebrate Duncanville was a wonderful event and stuff. Also, just want to mention about Martin Luther King Day and stuff, and Martin Luther King and the impact he's had on the society, and words to kind of live and go by. But the last one is we lost a gym in Duncanville, and when I say that's GEM, but I want to read his obit, but this is Bob Lee's obituary. And so Bob Lee passed away January 10th. He was born March 30th, 1940 in Harris, Oklahoma, the son of James Williford Lee and Maggie Irene Calloway Lee. Raised in Tom, Oklahoma, he moved to Duncanville, Texas with his parents in 1955, and then in 1958 he went to work for the city of Duncanville Water Department, thus beginning a remarkable 39 careers serving the city and its citizens. So this man graduated from Duncanville. He was the third employee hired in Duncanville and stuff. Throughout his career, Bob served the city in various ways, but also in water, utilities, and public works management. He retired in 1991 as the Director of Utilities. Upon his retirement, he was showered with many letters and commendations from senators from both the federal and state level, as well as George W. Bush, who at that time was the governor of Texas. Likewise, in the span of his career, he received many awards and special recognitions for his devotion to his work, his innovation, and leadership in public works. However, he was certainly proud of his special recognition he received from the city of Duncanville by being honored with Bob Lee Day in 1991, and then having Bob Lee Boulevard named in his honor. So that's the street that leads into the service center off of there. And he was awarded that by, at that time, city manager Dan Dotson, when he was 33 and a half years on the job there. He served as a member of the Duncanville Lions Club for decades as well. He's a past president of that organization. He volunteered with Duncanville FFA, the Duncanville Chamber of Commerce. He was a man of faith and a member of First Assembly of God. He had been married to his wife Anita for 62 years and stuff. But what I want to talk about is this man was the type of character that was wonderful for Duncanville. He lived here, he worked here, he took care of issues, and he was always fair. There's been several things. I mean, stories about him that people don't know is that there was a cave-in kind of up near the high school and stuff like that. He was wearing a suit at that time. He got down on the ground, got his crew member up on the backhoe, and they saved 2 guys that had been caught in stuff like that just doesn't happen. But here he is, and he's got somebody, and they saved 2 people's lives. He just had a wonderful way about him, but he was also talented. He played music. He played guitar. He's a little bit like you, Jeremy. He played guitar, but he could just hear it. He never took formal lessons, but he could play it back. So he served in that direction. So you had a man of caliber and talent that was here in Duncanville, but he set something forth. Our water system and our sewer system that we have today, it's because he designed it. So it was a man that had vision that was just that. And so we have good people now, but now they have departments and directors and everything after this guy now. And so a salute to him and his family, and God bless him. Thank you.
I knew Bob as well, and everything Mr. McBurnett just said is I thought the world of the man too. We, as cities, as small cities especially, there's people that were the foundation of the cities. People that came long before us, that served on PTAs before a lot of our citizens and coached baseball or soccer, and that worked here. And those people, once they go away, it's just the way it is. It's nothing bad and good. It's just they go away and they're forgotten, except with a few of us that are long in the tooth. And we remember those people. Maybe some of you in the audience knew Mr. Lee as well, but that's just the way it is. But what I like about Duncanville, and Mr. Kuntz is a good example of somebody that delves into the history of Duncanville. It's important to him as a relative newcomer, less than 10 years, correct? He's taken upon himself. I did the same thing when I came to work for the city in 1991. In 1990, I started talking to all the old timers in town. I wanted to know people who's that street named after, who's that school named after. I just took an interest in that. So sometimes when you're driving down and you see the streets and you see the schools, remember that oftentimes those people are named after really hardworking people that helped build this city into what it is today. I don't aspire to have a street named after me. They'll name something after me, but I'm not sure what it'll be. But no, Bob Lee is worthy of all the words, the kind words that were said tonight. A very, very special man who meant a lot to Duncanville. Thank you, Mr. McBurnett, for that. And now we'll move on to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to be short in my comments, but please know that the comments, while they're short, the spirit behind them is very, very long. And I just want to brag about all of our staff, all of our directors, our executive leadership team, and all the employees of the city of Duncanville. When we had the last meeting here, we were preparing for a storm that we really didn't know what was going to happen. And our team members took it very serious. And I want to acknowledge a series of individuals who even took the step of spending the night in their office. And that includes Police Chief Matt Stogner, Fire Chief Chris Keneally. We had Assistant Parks Director Tyler Agee. We had Building Inspector Josh McConnell. Just so many people that really are giving of themselves, and they wanted to be there. Of course, all of our police officers and firefighters ready to respond, but they went above and beyond, and so many of them put in. Alex was here and had to drive in not so good weather to get home because they wanted to make sure that he was helping get that message out. And I just want to take a quick second just to really recognize all of our employees for going above and beyond, working well in excess, I can promise you, of 40 hours a week, because they really care about this city.
Thank you for that, City Manager. Okay, now we will go into citizens' input, item number 3. At this time, we'll take 2-minute comments that will be taken from the audience on any topic, but please, as you approach, when I call out your name, give us your name and full address for the record. Hugh Belton. Hugh Belton. Chandler McGon.
Good evening. My name's Chandler McGann. I'm at 1118 Bradley Drive. I'm concerned about my home catching on fire as well as my neighbors' homes catching on fire. We've seen the media coverage and the fires in the state of California, and one of my neighbors has many truckloads of mulch on their property that's classified by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality as a fire hazard. I'm curious what the next steps might be for getting this neighbor to mitigate the fire hazard. My other neighbor on the back end of this property, Tom Gabert, has provided written permission for anyone with the city of Duncanville to enter his private property without an appointment. So it's open to everybody in this room can come and visit this, his property to see the violations on the other neighbor's property. I'm just concerned seeing the coverage on the news with the fires. So that's all I have for y'all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Donald Smith.
Good evening, Mayor. Donald Smith, 302 North Hastings Street, and City Manager and City Councilmen. With the perspective of purchasing Ben Franklin property at 302 Main Street, will city employees be employed to maintain it? Do we have businesses that are lined up for that? I know we want to keep the historical aspect of it. It's been, I believe, in the Jefferson's family for 3 generations, if I'm not mistaken, or 4, and we like it. It's a beautiful building. But I don't think that the city is the one to buy it and purchase it, because the city's business needs to be about government and essential services. This is not essential service. We're talking roughly $1.5 million is a listed price. And how does that come out in people's taxes? And what is the yearly operating budget going to be for having that property? And if the negotiations go through, as I read the agenda, it sounds like you have, if this is approved, that you will have the ability to negotiate and come to a closing date. And do you present it back to the council, or how is that final step taken to decide yes or no, we'll make this offer? Thank you for your time and for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, that ends our citizens input portion for this evening. And we'll move on to our item 4, consent agenda. These were all items that were presented by the city manager in the briefing, and some of them were followed up by questions from council to which they received answers. So with that, Mr. McBurnett.
Make a motion to approve.
So we have a motion to approve the consent agenda by Mr. McBurnett.
I second the motion.
Second by Ms. Karen Cherry Brown. Please vote. Passes unanimous with 6 votes. And just for the record, I did mention this in the at the beginning of our briefing session, but Councilman Veracruz called in and told us he wouldn't be able to be here for family matters. So there's 6 of us voting tonight. Okay, then we move on to item 5. Items for individual consideration. Take any necessary action as a result of executive session. We've not had those executive sessions yet this evening, but we will, and we'll report the results of that at the conclusion of those 2 executive sessions. So we'll move on to item 5B. Consider a resolution authorizing approval of incentive grants by the Duncanville Community and Economic Development Corporation. And speaking tonight will be our Economic Development Director, Victor Barrera.
Good evening and thank you. This item is actually going to be presented by Ms. Marcela Perez, Economic Development Coordinator, so I will hand it off to her. Excuse me.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. We bring before you the grant application for Succeed Forever Community Transformation, who operates the outlet thrift store. Succeed Forever is a nonprofit organization based in our local community, and they have a mission to serve students and their families. Thank you, sorry. By helping to set a positive vision for students' futures, along with specific goals to achieve them. Some of their programs are based out of the Duncanville field house, including their homeschool PE program, the Vision Hackers athletic programs, and strength and agility training for kids in our community. A little bit of background of the outlet thrift store. They first opened their first store in 2018 to provide affordable, high-quality shopping for families, while also providing a dual purpose of funding Succeed Forever's nonprofit programs. And they have expanded to Duncanville with their largest store yet. Their first store, which I just spoke about, was opened in Midlothian in 2018. They opened with about 950 square feet inside of a coffee shop. And then within a year and a half, expanded to a new location with 2,100 square feet. Then in 2021, they opened their second store in Cedar Hill with a space of over 2,100 feet. And both stores together helped to benefit from each other and therefore resulted in both of their successes. In July of this year, they opened their third store here in Duncanville, which is known as their superstore, with 5,000 square feet. And within 6 months, they are happy to report that their Duncanville store has already exceeded first-year sales as compared to both their Midlothian and Cedar Hill stores. So their grant request is for $7,950 for signage. $6,350 is for illuminated letters, on their building. And then $1,600 of that would be for replacement faces for their pole sign that faces the street. Their address is 914 South Cedar Ridge Drive, and their approval was granted. Their grant request, was granted at the January 6, 2025 board meeting and was approved unanimously. These photos here are some renderings of what their signage would look like, both on the building and the pole sign faces. These photos are of the existing signage, which are causing quite a bit of confusion to the local community on what their store actually is. This is signage that belonged to the previous store, which are actually the current owners of the building. These here are some examples of the signage at their other two locations in Cedar Hill and Midlothian. And they provided some photos of the interior of their store. They wanted to make sure that it was known that they do hold themselves to a higher caliber. They want to, the community and as well as you all as the approvers to know that they keep a clean, tidy store, and they do have high quality items that they seek to sell for resale. And just a few more photos there. Thank you. Any questions?
I have a quick question on the store frontage. Noticing the existing sign, I assume that the replacement sign will be similarly connected to the sloped canopy of the front of the building as it is right now?
Yes, sir. And also, I'm sorry, excuse me. I have Miss Emily Dock here, who is representative for Succeed Forever Transformation. She can answer that question a little bit better.
Hello, thank you guys. Yes, I believe it's going to be on the building the same that is currently.
So has this been something that's been submitted to the sign control board already?
No, but we did review the dimensions of the signage, and it is approved. It is covered under our current code ordinance.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. I was getting a little off track there myself, what we're here for. Okay, Ms. Cherry Brown.
I was just gonna say, actually, I visited your Cedar Hill store, and you have some about very cute jewelry out of there, and it is very nice. So, thank you for wanting to bring the business to Duncanville.
I recognized you, so.
Ms. Gooden.
Well, us women, we really appreciate you coming to the city. So thank you for bringing your business to Duncanville. And I have a request. City Manager, could we be provided detailed report about the budget for DCEDC, the available budget, and what has been approved, what's pending, and what has been paid out?
Mayor, if I could, so you're asking for a future item for a detailed report, right?
Detailed
So
report.
I know that that's something that Economic Development is working on with Finance, where they would come up with more of a spreadsheet that would actually show what's been approved and then what's the available balances. And so as soon as they finish that, we can bring that forward.
Okay, thank you. I just see some little fluctuation, and I just want some accuracy if that's possible. Thank you.
Councilman Kuntz.
Just want to make a motion to approve.
Okay, motion to approve the
Second.
Resolution authorizing approval of the incentive grants as shown tonight, and seconded by Councilman McBurnett. Please vote. Approved. Thank you. Okay, third item under 5, individual consideration. 5C, consider resolution that authorizes the city manager to execute the purchase and sale of 302 North Main Street. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll actually turn it over to Victor Barrera, our Director of Economic Development, to go through the particulars of the proposed resolution.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening. So the subject property is the property known and commonly known as the Ben Franklin property. We have agreed on the purchase price of $1.5 million. The purchase terms include a 30-day due diligence period, which we are going to be working on requesting an extension of that due diligence period to provide us with ample opportunity to get some contractors in there and do a series of assessments on the property. But the property is being sold to the city in an as-is condition. As part of the purchase terms, $1 million is to be paid at the time of closing, and the balance is to be paid on October 31st. 2 days after the execution of the agreement, we shall provide $7,500 in escrow money to the title company. And the benefit of purchasing this property is the preservation of the building's character and to promote strategic investments in the Main Street corridor to encourage further investment, enhance economic vitality, and attract more visitors to the community. Our city attorney has reviewed the contract and has requested additional changes, revisions to the contract. So the contract that you have in your packet is not ready to be signed. We do need to make those changes, and then they will be ready for City Manager Finch's signature, if you so choose to proceed with approving the resolution this evening.
Questions, council? Councilman Pennebaker.
So, excuse me. So the contract will approve potentially tonight, and then it'll come back after the changes have been made for review a second.
The contract, if you approve the resolution that's in your packet, you approve it authorizing City Manager Finch of the contract once the changes have been made that Mr. Hager would like to see in the contract that you currently have in your packet.
Okay, so you know what some of my concerns were, right?
Yes, Councilmember Pennebaker, I think, if I could segue back to Director Barrera for a second, so there are technical changes that this city attorney is recommending, nothing specific to the amount or necessarily the terms and those types of things, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So then, Councilmember Pennebaker, yes, you've shared those with us. Thank you. I think that, that's one of the negotiation points that we're dealing with is the 30-day due diligence period. I think the seller would really like to hold fast to the 30 days. I think we've preemptively, in case the council were to authorize it, get started as quickly as possible. But as Director Abrera was saying, we're still trying to negotiate to get a little bit more time. And we're aware of some of the points that you and other council members have certainly made to us.
Councilman McBurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Brewer, you've got the benefit listed there, but I hope you could expand a little bit on the benefit and why we're looking at this.
Sure, we're looking at this to, one, as I mentioned, to preserve the character of the building, but more than anything, really to control the use of the building and the end users of the building, and want to make sure that those end users are in line with the city's economic development efforts. We've talked, just right across the street, hopefully soon we're going to have the Encina restaurant, and so we want to be in a situation where we're maximizing our economic development efforts to ensure that there's more investment, and maybe this could be a perfect space for another restaurant and private banquet facilities and create more synergy.
So you think this could help be a catalyst along Main Street in downtown Duncanville?
Yes, and you have that right now going with Encina, and this could be part 2 to that energy.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Gooden.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Barrera, is this pretty much a common practice for other cities to purchase properties, and within municipal government, is it a common practice to purchase properties?
It's not uncommon. There's some communities that might be more risk averse and some that might be less. In this 30-day due diligence period, we got to get a better handle on what repairs or improvements need to be made, and then have a better understanding of the type of investment that needs to be made moving forward on top of the acquisition price.
So is it safe to say that not only will this be a catalyst for redevelopment and development to spur down Main Street in our downtown district, this is also helping us to be strategic about the end user and who may probably go in there, someone that could be beneficial to the city of Duncanville.
Yes, that is correct. And what we're trying to do right now is just identify aside from the purchase price, how much more money is needed to, say, repair the building, do a tenant build out, get it to a point that is attractive to end users.
And are we expecting any city staff to maintain this building?
At this point, that's unknown until we have a good understanding of the condition of the building.
Is it coming out of sales tax? Is it coming out of property tax?
It's my understanding that it's coming from a couple of different sources. One of them is the sale of real estate, and we're hoping that property is sold, and we use the proceeds from that sale for this property.
Thank you.
Councilman Coons.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I know one, and these are just comments, but, I know the word investment is coming up quite a bit here. And at least from my point of view, that's what this is, that this would be potentially, if we ultimately, pursue this, that this would be an investment in our Main Street and our downtown area. And I know I can say, at least my experience was, the moment the community heard that this was going to close, people were saying, what are y'all going to do to protect it? And with good cause. And I know this talks about preserving the building's character, promoting strategic investments, but also, as the mayor mentioned, I'm very interested in the history of the community, and for me, this building also has historic value, and I don't know how well in the past we've done in protecting our historic assets. I'm hoping that this is, we did start with Encina, so the Encina is also an investment in protecting our historic assets with the original fire station there. And so that's kind of what this is for me as well. And I believe, again, I'm just speaking for myself, I don't want to speak for the rest of the council, is that the idea is not for us to own this in perpetuity, but to, really, I would hope that we would immediately be looking for opportunities to work, whether it's, a P3 type project. We start to come up with, working with the community and what can we do with this to make sure that it's something that the community can enjoy, and again, that's that catalyst for downtown that we would like for it to be. And so I think this is just to give you authority, right, to go into this 30-day diligence period, but that we need to be having conversations about what we'd like to do with it, because I don't think we want to go into the real estate business and own property. So at least, again, these are just general comments as far as why I believe we're doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gooden?
Mayor, I move to make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Ms. Gooden.
A second.
Second by Ms. Sherry Brown. Please vote. Thank you. Results were 6-4 and no against. 6-4 and no against. Right. So the motion passes. Thank you. Okay, now on to staff and board reports. Item 6A, special event after action report. Mr. Finch.
Mayor and council, thank you. I'm going to ask Ms. Lewis and Ms. Hanley to come forward, and while they're doing that, I'm going to take a second to brag about both of them, because I asked, especially Ms. Lewis, and then shortly after Ms. Hanley, to do the near impossible. I think it was about 10 days before the event, maybe it was a little bit longer, but not much longer. I said to Ms. Lewis, who's from city administration, and maybe I'm a little biased because she is from city administration, but I said, would you please take this project on and get this across the finish line? And she jumped into the deep end of the pool and just, in my opinion, nailed it out of the park. And then Ms. Hanley joined in, and so it's my honor, I think for the first time since I've been here, to have Ms. Lewis present at a city council meeting. And so thank you for being here.
Thank you for such kind. Lights and Christmas parade event. As you all know, the event was held on Friday, December the 6th, here in Duncanville at the Wheatland Road and Main Street and Armstrong Park. The purpose of the event was to celebrate the holiday season and create a festive atmosphere for residents and visitors in Duncanville. We had sponsors such as Clay Cooley, Methodist Charlton, Frost Bank, Star Transit, Parties for You, and Sensory World. Some of the key elements of this event, you all were there, was the Kid and Play, Jay Flores Band, Three Amigos, DJs, in addition to the drone show. This year, we upped the numbers of drones to include 350 drones in total. Some of the activities that they raved about were the bounce houses, petting zoos, the cookie decorating, and much, much more. We had photo op displays, holiday parade, which you all were all included in, thank you so much, and vendors and Santa Claus to take pictures. The economic impact was,
So we collected a total of $2,875 through the vendor applications. Hi. We collected a total of $2,875 in vendor applications through Eventbrite. We generated a total of $750 in permit fees. We secured a total of 14 food trucks, which is the largest that y'all have had at any event, and a total of 25 vendors participated.
The impact that we had on the community, staff visited local businesses and issued hard copies of the run-up show and street closures. Thank you to the Economic Development Department, specifically Marcelo, who went around, actually handed out hard copies and answered questions throughout the community of how it would impact them. This is something that had not been done in past, but because we are in city administration, we did get some information in past events of how they were not communicated with, and we wanted to ensure that the city knew what was going on. Additionally, we sent out correspondence about the parade participants, vendors, and the community received event detail updates on a bi-daily basis. All invoices were paid prior to the ending of the event, and the finance department received no outstanding invoices, which was something that has come up before about us getting invoices paid in a timely manner, and so we wanted to ensure that we got those things in. Communication.
So from feedback that we had gotten on previous years, we improved communications with vendors. Fire and health inspectors were able to coordinate and receive instructions in advance. The online coverage through Duncanville's website advertised the event, explained what we would be doing, did have the information about the parade available. We also emailed everything through the billing newsletter, which went out multiple times. It was also picked up by local news, such as the Focus Daily News, My Area Network, the Nextdoor app, and a few more.
And the communication that is not extended on here was we made sure that we stayed in contact with council and that they had instructions prior to the event. Community engagement, more than 30 City of Duncanville staff volunteered and a total of 26 non-city staff volunteered. They assisted with the market vendors and with unloading and setting up booths. Parking and barricade designees were available. Volunteers were stationed at various kids' activities, and we partnered with local vendors for event needs. We had people in charge of line assignments. We oversaw the cleaning and restocking of the green room at the senior center. And finally, we teamed up with schools and the community to offer volunteer opportunities, and we were able to get those volunteer hours for students in need. Safety and operations.
Safety and operations. The command post was up and staffed throughout the event, right here in one location, so they weren't spread out. Everyone was together. Barricades were set in place by streets prior to the closures. Emergency alerts were set up, and multiple yard signs were posted throughout the park, letting people know that they could also register for those text events, as well as we did send out the number and how to register to all of the vendors so that they could register if they wanted to. We also had no major incidents, so that was good.
Social engagement, we had a total of over 5,000 participants and about 41 parade participants to sign up and participate in the activities for the parade. And finally, we have a video. Very short video.
Trying to keep it short and
Thank you all
sweet.
for participating in our 2024 Holiday Lights in the Parks event and parade.
Thank you.
Ms. Gooden.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm so excited, so pleased. You did an excellent job. Excellent job. You knocked it out the park. This is how you do it. You had the basket for us. You had our information provided to us. There was popcorn in a basket. We had an ornament in our basket. The jacket, even though I was just a little bit too big because, anyway, I've gained some weight. The at-large is at-large. But excellent job, ladies. And then your presentation tonight, you're so confident, you're projecting. You don't seem nervous. Well done, well done.
Mr. McBurnett?
Thank you, Mayor. Same thing. Y'all, I mean, what people don't realize is that they really had to turn this on a dime in terms of this, and they stepped up to the plate, and they did do it. I'm sorry, I call her Miss Aubrey. Okay, but you know, you got 2 weeks, and then how many days were you on the job as the event planner?
One.
One day on the job. Okay, but the thing I'm going to say too, because we've been involved with the different events, is that I saw this as a really well coordinated effort, even with all the transition that happened. You know, your public works, public safety. Well, you had it in your video. I mean, this was all hands on deck from the city staff, and this is something that's just wonderful. So just really kudos for everybody.
And before the city manager has some remarks, I just want to kind of piggyback off of these statements and remind the audience that this is what I was talking about earlier, and I've talked about it in other public sessions, where we've got a team that is starting to come together, and the city manager's been an integral part of finding people that fit these roles in a way that this is what happens. They work hard, they produce high quality events, and I kept looking at them during the event, wondering when they were going to look a little nervous. Never happened. They were rock solid, and that end result was it was a rock solid event, and we'll expect many more in the future. So we're really blessed to have y'all. Thank you. City Manager.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
So I have to admit, I kind of question Kid and Play. But Mr. Jackson, I'm going to ask you to destroy the video. I had a phenomenal time.
Good.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Two comments, and I'll be brief. There was a reference that Ms. Lewis and Ms. Hanley made to barricades. I want you to know how much coordination, and you touched on it, Councilmember McBurnett, and you certainly know with your experience with parades. Keep in mind, this event was the beginning of December, and unfortunately, we know about some incidents that happened in New Orleans at the end of December. But Ms. Lewis and Ms. Hanley, they coordinated with our public works team. We had our blocker truck in place, we had heavy equipment, we had dump trucks, we had everything. The intersections were blocked, the police obviously were there. There was a lot of coordination, and they mentioned the command center that was taking place here, but all throughout the event. There was a lot of stuff that was happening right here in City Hall. Thank you to the police and fire department, and Chief Keneally was, I didn't see you out there dancing to Kid and Play, but I know you were back here in the command center helping to make sure everything runs smoothly, and it was a total team effort. And the other thing I'll just share with you, with the council and with everybody, is these two ladies, we were all leaving, and it was getting pretty late, and I think I was leaving like around 10:30 after things wrapped up. And these two ladies were still here, cleaning up. They were the last two to turn out the lights and head home, and I just can't compliment you both enough for all your hard work.
Thank you. Oh.
Thank you, Mayor. Will you tell Miss Diane, thank you so much for driving me, my husband, my daughter, my 5 grandkids. She was trapped in the front seat with my grandchildren. I'm sorry, but tell her thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is 6B, American Rescue Plan Act. Ms. Otey.
Good evening, everyone. So the purpose of this presentation is to give you a recap of the American Rescue Plan Act and the projects and what the funds were spent on. We have been talking about these funds since 2021 after the COVID pandemic. So the city received a total of $9.6 million back in 2020, the end of 2021 and again in 2022. Basic rules of this is we had to obligate all the funds by December 31st of 2024, which we have passed, and then all the funds have to be spent by the end of 2026. There are various categories in which the government said you had to, the various projects had to fall into. We had a series of conversations with council starting back in 2022 in terms of what are the different ideas, what are we going to use the funds on, various iterations over the last couple of years, but ultimately the projects that we're able to fund. The first project being employee premium pay, that was one of the 4 categories. We were able to pay employees that were employed here and worked during the COVID pandemic when everything was shut down. So we were able to pay $1.2 million out to employees. The second requested item was the small business grants. We requested $700,000, but ultimately paid out $421,000. We were able to help over 35 businesses in the community for recovery after the pandemic. Also, what you see listed here is the various resolutions and legislations that correspond with the various projects. Thirdly, we had ideas of generators and improving ventilation and facility improvements. Unfortunately, not all of that materialized as we had initially hoped, but we were able to spend $489,000 towards various facility improvements, and we were able to get a generator at the new fire station, a generator at the 103 East Wheatland building, able to replace their roof. We were able to update the lobby for a customer service welcoming desk, and the panels all fall into that category. We spent $1.6 million total for public safety related items. So we were able to give the fire department a second set of bunker gear. We were able to replace their breathing apparatuses, able to give them some cleaning things that go into their vehicles. We were able to replace the police department's body-worn cameras and the in-car systems, completely redid that whole system. We were able to buy a blocker truck that we share with Cedar Hill that helps with accidents on the highways, so we don't have to have our engines out of service to block accidents. We were able to provide code and the marshal with body-worn cameras, a variety of things that were of a public safety nature. We were able to purchase outdoor fitness equipment, as you know, is very popular in Armstrong Park. We were able to do it at Redbird, Lions, I believe, and Quail Run. You see in red here, these are ongoing, wrapping up projects here. So IT software, we've had a lot of software and network and infrastructure needs. So we still have about $160,000 left in that project. The biggest ticket item really is the fire station. Construction, as you know, after the pandemic, we had significant inflation in the cost of goods and services, especially with construction and the cost and delays and supplies and things like that. So, and in lieu of issuing more debt to be able to complete the fire station that was a part of the 2018 bond, we were able to utilize these funds to complete that project for the construction, as well as some of the IT needs in the building. And then lastly, the 2 remaining projects is the Harrington Park, as that was most recent that we awarded to use the remaining funds towards getting that project completed. And then the dog park master plan, there's only a small amount that's still remaining to use all of those funds. And that is all I have in terms of this project.
Thank you. Councilman Kuntz?
So I guess, I'm sure you answered this at some point, but the obvious question, so a lot of those funds were requested, but what was spent wasn't as much as what was requested. So have that money, or do we have to send it back to Uncle Sam?
No. So, yes, so some of our estimates obviously were not to the to the penny. But we have spent, with the Harrington Park and what's remaining on some of these projects and what we spent $9.8 million. That's more than actually what we received, but we did receive interest because we invested this money, so we had investment income off of this funds, as well as the police department when they did their in-car systems and body-worn cameras. We also had another grant in conjunction with it, and so we were able to give some funds back for our matching grant. But in terms of out of the 9.6 million, it's all been used.
Thank you. And then,
Yes.
did I miss? I know at some point I remember seeing it was 70,000 or something. There was something for the library. I forgot.
Yes.
How much it was and what it was for. But did we spend that?
No, we did not. So there were 70,000 earmarked, but it did not materialize.
In other words, did it go to something else? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, item 6C, receive a presentation summarizing the police department and neighborhood services collaboration of a neighborhood sweep in the Candlelight subdivision. We have Lieutenant Robert Byrd and a member of Assistant Director of Public Works, Shahad Mohammed, and then we have some neighborhood services. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager. My name is Robert Byrd. I am the Watch Commander for Day Shift Patrol for the Duncanville Police Department. We are here today to present the neighborhood sweep that we conducted with neighborhood services down in the Candlelight subdivision. The first slide here shows a map of all the subdivisions within the city of Duncanville. Candlelight is highlighted towards the southeast portion of the city. It's located near the intersection of Highway 67 and East Daniel Road. These are the streets that are these are the streets that are located in Candlelight subdivision, as well as the particular address there was 419 East Daniel Road, which is located at the intersection of Candlelight and Daniel Road. The primary goal of the sweep between ourselves and neighborhood services was education. We wanted to educate any citizen that we came across as to what either law that they were maybe breaking or some type of code compliance situation that they may not be aware of. We wanted to educate them. So, like I stated, the Duncanville Police Department and Neighborhood Services, we held a meeting to coordinate our efforts to determine what the police would do and then what what neighborhood services would do to handle whatever situations that may arise within that sweep. We also maintained an ongoing communication throughout the sweep to determine what was working and then what may need to be changed. The police department, we addressed these violations, which were speeding of motor vehicles, any abandoned or junk vehicles parked on the public roadway, any parking violations, traffic infractions, or violations of the Texas Penal Code. So we were contacted in the beginning of November 2024 by a citizen, and were advised of multiple law and code violations within the subdivision. Chief Stogner issued the police department a directive to concentrate enforcement actions in Candlelight subdivision. The sweep started October 25th, but that was a grace period to where officers were directed to, if you observe any type of violation between October 25th and November 1st, it was going to be a grace period to where we were just here to educate the community and let them know, hey, this is the issue. And starting November 1st, if you don't rectify the issue, that it could be a chance for further ramifications to take place. Starting November 1st, that's when the enforcement action took place, or the actual enforcement took place, to where citations could be issued or vehicles could be towed. We utilized some assets from the police department. Our criminal investigations division has this mobile camera truck, which is very visible. We place it in Daniel Dale Plaza, which is just south in the southern part of the subdivision. The truck is used as a mobile camera unit to where we can live view video, as well as go back and review video of something that may have taken place in an earlier date or time. We also used flock cameras that were placed in the subdivision. And again, these are cameras that we use to help identify suspects, solve crimes, recover stolen vehicles, and provide any type of evidence. When officers came across vehicles that may have been in violation, such as parking, they were issued these notice to remedies or parking warnings on the vehicles if they weren't able to make contact with a resident. That way, if the person was at work and then they got home, this would be placed on their vehicle, maybe under the windshield wiper on the windshield, to let them know whatever issue it was that the officer observed. They also provided their name as well as the date at the bottom, and they gave them time to fix whatever it was that the officer observed to get it taken care of. During the grace period, our numbers show here, we had 41 extra patrols. Officers observed 8 parking violations. Again, this was a grace period, so there was no citation or vehicles towed. We spent roughly 14 hours and 26 minutes in the subdivision, and we had 0 neighborhood service referrals, and that's basically where if an officer saw, hey, it's not a police issue, but it's a neighborhood service issue, they would send me an email and let me know, hey, this is what we observed, and I would forward that to neighborhood services. During the actual enforcement, we conducted 69 extra patrols, 24 parking violations. That resulted into 9 towed vehicles, 7 citations, and that equaled just about 22 and a half neighborhood hours, and then we only had 1 neighborhood service referral. Here are our call for services. This is compared from 2023 to 2024. As you see the grand total at the bottom, 2023 we only had 59. In 2024 that number rose to 166, but take note, extra patrols, which is the officers being deployed out there, logging that extra patrol creates a call for service. We had 69 of those, which is gonna make the number go up. Here are the reports that were taken in 2023. We took 4. In 2024, we did 19. 15 of those are info only. Info only reports are to document anytime an officer tows a vehicle for a parking violation or it being junked or it being abandoned. That way it documents what the officer observed and then where the vehicle is being stored at in case or when the owner gets home and finds that their vehicle is no longer in front of their residence. And then now I'll pass it off to neighborhood services.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. And as the Lieutenant Byrd had alluded, we partnered with the Duncanville Police Department on this project, and we in Neighborhood Services, or code enforcement team for the city of Duncanville, have had this partnership or this project, and really are becoming here before you, not for the goal of basically not really being restricted by any means, but the concept of this and the goal of this sweep was basically to improve, help improve the behavior of our residents in those areas when it comes to code compliance, as well as making sure those communities are basically safer and enhance the appearance of our communities in our city. So this really represents a success story that we wanted to bring before you, to basically show the improvement, and that it really was a success story of collaboration between the city neighborhood services department and the police department. So with that said, I have the team here with me, and basically some of the officers, so 2 of them are representing the team here. So Officer Terrence Bass and Officer Joseph Scott are here with us. But I want to say this was a team effort, so I want to recognize their other colleagues that are not here today, which is Officer Ernest Lannis and Officer Art Roger, which I'm bragging. I want to brag about them because they've been doing great, helping our city to get to compliance, and those neighborhoods get to compliance. And I wanted them to be here to talk about their work today and walk you through the progress and how we have done it. So, give it to you.
Good evening, everyone. Once again, it's always good evening, everyone. Once again, it's always an honor and a pleasure to come before you, Honorable Mayor, as well as our City Council, as well as our attorneys and all who are present. As aforementioned, my name is Officer Joe Scott, City of Duncanville Code Enforcement, and I just want to expound a little bit on the neighborhood sweep. As the slide states, the Neighborhood Services Department started focusing code enforcement efforts on the County Light subdivision after receiving an increased number of complaints starting in September 2024. I'm happy to say I had just got here. An official intense code enforcement sweep started on November 1st, 2024 in coordination with the Duncanville Police Department. Now, before going any further, I want to thank our police department because they have definitely been our rock. They've been there for us. When we go to any neighborhood, be it County Light subdivision, Green Tree, wherever we go, they are with us. No fussing, no hesitation, and we really want to thank them because they've been there for us. Neighborhood Sweep County Light subdivision, it consists of several parts, if you will. First, once a violation has been recognized and confirmed by the neighborhood services officer, the following documentation was issued with a 7 to 10 days duration apart. And we put 7 to 10 days because it depends on the violation. Some violations, the law or the ordinance allows for 10 days for them to comply, others only 7. We first, after conducting the inspection, we issue a violation notice. When we go back on the day in which we have to conduct the reinspection, if they are not in compliance, we don't want to come down on them and hammer them right away, so we will give them a final violation notice. And oftentimes, we will actually put that verbiage in the notice. This is your final violation notice before citations are issued or before further action is taken. After which, if they do not comply, then now it's almost like you're forcing our hand and we have to issue a citation. What we also do, we explain to the citizen, either before court, in court, sometime before we issue a citation is our last resort, and we are not an out to get you entity. We just want compliance. No one is out here jockeying to get your dollars. We just want you to comply. After which, upon the scheduled reinspection, as I stated, the assigned officer assessed the property's progress and took appropriate action, enforcement, based on progress, or the lack thereof, towards abatement. The officers then updated a progress report for compliance tracking. Now, when we're doing that, there are certain mitigating circumstances that disallows us to move forward, such as, and we try to be sensitive to a person who may have lost a loved one, may have lost a spouse, may have lost a child. Any and everything that could happen that prevents them from getting into compliance, we take that into consideration. And once again, it goes back to us not being a Gestapo type unit. We are trying to work with you, we're going to work with you. However, there comes a time when we have to move forward, and that's when the citation comes in. Code enforcement progress summary, County Light Division, we had 68 cases. We issued 72 notices of violation. There were 59 violations. Now, if you notice, there's kind of a disparaging number there, 59, 72. The reason why there's such a gap, some places, some locations, some homes, some properties had more than one violation on that property. So therefore, if they had trash and then high grass, if they had a junk motor vehicle, that's 3 notices right there. So that's the purpose in that. Out of the 59 violations and the 72 notices issued, 48 complied. Fortunately, we only had to issue 8 citations. After that, case is pending for reinspection. Once again, that's when that showing that discretion as to should we issue a citation, what's going on here, let's stop, knock and talk to the neighbor. Let's see if we can get in touch with the owner or the person in control of the property. When we do that, we make that assessment as to extend before we can re-inspect again, Or, okay, close but no cigar, unfortunately, we have to issue a citation. Nonetheless, when we leave that address, when we leave that property, after we've spoken with that owner or the person in control of the property, he or she, they are well aware of what needs to be done and whatever we're doing while we're doing it. The sign enforcement, we only had 2 violations in which, as my supervisor alluded to, Officer Rogers and Officer Lannis, they removed those signs, and they were the large feather type signs that were on the parkway. Also, I would also like to state, and of course these are the various streets in the County Light District that we address, and of course you can go through that at your leisure. But in closing, I would like to kind of give a purpose to what we do. We do this to improve the overall aesthetics of a neighborhood throughout the city of Duncanville. We also establish a positive rapport with citizens, property owners, and stakeholders. Then, after that, we provide hints, tips, and how-tos on obtaining and maintaining compliance. Once you come into compliance, that person may not know what they need to do in order to keep that compliance. Well, you have to keep your yard mowed. You'd be surprised how many people say, really? I thought it was just at one time. No, unfortunately, it's part of our ordinance. You have to keep that done, okay? And then mainly, which is very important to all of us, is that the concerns of our citizens and stakeholders do not fall on deaf ears. Thank you.
So, if I may have you back here, so the lieutenant, we here have the lessons learned. May I have the Lieutenant Burt here? Yeah, so this is really the what we have learned from this experiment of working on this sweep. I'm calling it experiment as we have this as a success case that we also wanted to experiment its progress, and we have had pointed some lessons learned throughout this process between us and the police department, and we found that to be like, in general, highlighting, you know, more of that communication about that with our residents and with our different subdivisions. So you want to add into that?
No, just as the slide states here, you know, big thing for us now is social media, putting things out. If we could go back, I think we would do that now, where we put it out on social media or even the city website or the department's website to let people know, citizens know, hey, this is what's about to take place, just so we can be more transparent. And then also utilizing our citizens on patrol to where when we do our walk and talk through the neighborhood, utilizing them as well to get the message out that, hey, this is what's about to happen. Kind of like Neighborhood Services stated, it's not a gotcha. It's we're here to make Duncanville better at the end of the day.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, Mayor and Council, this was very much, as Assistant Director Mohammed was saying, this was what we were calling a pilot program, a first chance for us to do this. I do want to sincerely thank Councilmember Kuntz, who brought a resident forward that shared some concerns with us, and they felt frustrated, I think it's fair to say. And then independently after that, Chief Stogner and I both drove the neighborhood and saw some of those things firsthand. And I know then Assistant Director Mohammed and I went out and looked through the neighborhood. But, you know, Council, you've heard me say many times, Public Works is the unsung heroes, and that certainly includes our code enforcement officers who are out there every single day. They're dealing with difficult situations a lot of time and trying to enforce the code, not to, as they were saying, that have you that gotcha moment, but trying to make sure that we continue to preserve and enhance our quality of life. And I also want to share with you, this was also, in addition to a pilot program, and we certainly learned some different things about how we can do different. This was also really the first chance for our new team and how they work together across departments. And really, and you're going to hear a little bit more about this in a moment, but Chief Stogner deserves a lot of credit for the restructuring that he's done of the police department. And I can tell you, every single one of our code enforcement, our neighborhood services officers know that their liaison, their point of contact is Lieutenant Byrd. And so if there's anything that goes on, they know to contact him, and he's got their back, and vice versa. And so that's the kind of collaboration that I'm seeing every single day. I'm happy you got to witness some of that here today, but it's a super exciting time in Duncanville.
City Manager, right after the program started, I got a call from a gentleman who had a car towed right in front of his eyes, as he said, and I hadn't heard about this. So I was a little bit surprised and inquisitive, and I asked more, and they said, well, they told me that Chief Stogner said there was zero tolerance. And I said, zero tolerance? No, it can't be. No zero tolerance. We always give a little bit of warning. Well, I found out there was zero tolerance. Furthermore, supported by what I noticed on, I think it was slide 114 or maybe 119, you gave them a whole whopping 7-day grace period. You know, generally the word grace means grace, 7 days, but I'm kidding. I think this is great, and we used to be involved in these sweeps in my days too. They were very effective. They didn't come with without casualties, because every once in a while the person that complained may have gotten a letter too, right? Because they had something they didn't know. So it's our gentleman who spoke to us earlier today about our comprehensive plan mentioned something. You know, the sweeps are really going to be focused, I would think, that in the areas where you would have the most problem. You're starting with the problem areas, get them cleaned up. There's going to be some areas where there's not going to be necessarily a sweep, because you don't get those types of, whether they're police calls or and I like that you kept saying code enforcement, but they're going to make you stop saying that, but you're all right by me. but you know, so I understand how this all works, but this first report, first neighborhood, great success, great effort. I love to hear when they're talking the experience that they have from, I think y'all came from Dallas. Yeah, and you know, bringing that experience means a lot. You're not going to make a lot of mistakes and get a lot of people angry. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Byrd, for your help in this. I like the idea that you're working together. It serves multiple benefits to have the police involved as well. So thank you all very much for your involvement in this. Councilman Mac Burnett.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to go to Neighborhood Service Officer Bass for a moment, because you know, you've always kind of been in the low light. We haven't got to see you, so I'm glad that you came here tonight as well, and appreciate the work that you guys do. And when hearing this effort, again, congratulations for a job well done. Thank you.
I have one more. Councilman Kuntz.
So, yeah, so November, December, I started to get a lot of calls. This is in my district. And so, but, you know, the strange thing is that most of those people, after those conversations, said, okay, yeah, okay, I get it, I understand. And they understood. And I think what really shows as a success in this is that, so the slide that had 59 violations, or however many it was, 48 compliance, right? And so there's the educational part of it, and I think that's such a big part, is that people don't know the city code. They don't know if they're in violation or not. And so, you know, I can't thank y'all enough for this. And, you know, we met with Chief Stogner and with the citizen, and I appreciate the citizen who came in as well, who was really speaking on behalf of the neighborhood. She wasn't just speaking for herself. It was, you know, she knew what the feeling of the neighborhood was. But I appreciate that meeting, and Chief Stogner said, hey, just to let you know, if we're going to do this, it's going to be across the board, and there's not going to be any exceptions, so just get ready. And sure enough, that's what we got. But pretty much all the feedback I got was positive. I had a couple of questions. So with the police effort, I know you had a slide there that showed the number of extra hours that were spent, patrols around the neighborhood. So how would we respond to if somebody says, well, y'all are spending too much time in a neighborhood issuing parking violations when there's more important things going on? So how would we respond to that?
Well, so I would think that, well, I'm going to say this, that, you know, that's only a part of the time. And you have to realize, so we're doing this, but we're also still patrolling the rest of the city. We're still responding to 911 calls. No 911 call is going unanswered. And I mean, we're doing this right now with minimal staffing. So if we have hopefully people that are going to come and work for the Duncanville Police Department, and these numbers are going to even grow to where instead of, hey, taking a whole shift and going to a subdivision, we can identify, hey, you 3 or 4 police officers, you can go down here, and the rest of the officers can stay throughout the city. But any citizen in Duncanville should realize that there's going to be no 911 call that goes unanswered, and we're still patrolling the entire city of Duncanville.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
And then, so do we have, are there plans to apply this in other neighborhoods?
Yes, Councilmember Kuntz. So there are, the chief and I have talked about a couple of different things. We'll have internal meetings. There's a whole series of factors that go into that in really planning a sweep. And, you know, we're not ready to announce anything yet, but we'll be talking with, clearly with neighborhood services as well, code enforcement, as the mayor says, and really kind of very strategically taking the next steps before we do it. But as the slide showed about the lessons learned, there's some things that we really want to do before we do the next one in terms of really getting the message out there. Hey, we're serious about this. We're going to come. We're going to enforce the code. Get ready for us.
Thank you again. And can we get a copy of the presentation? Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm so proud. Man, I will. Yes, I'm sorry. Just excited.
I was just kidding about the grace period. Okay, we're going into item C here. No, item D. Present the police department's quarterly report. Chief Stogner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Mr. Manager. I will tell you that Lieutenant Byrd certainly deserves all the credit on this. I gave him a direction, he took charge of it, and I didn't have to worry about a thing. So that's why it's important for him to come up here and talk to you guys, and he knocked it out of the park, in my opinion. I think he really presented it well, and our efforts obviously are collaborative efforts with neighborhood services, so awesome job on his part. Okay, getting to this report, October to December 2024, this is our first quarterly report for this year. So staffing and personnel, as you know, is always a challenge. We've had our recruit officers, Ortiz, Vang, and Lopez. They graduated from the police academy on December 16th, and they are currently in field training. They will come out of field training 17, 16, 15 weeks from now, and then we'll be assigned to a shift and work then. Officer Barbosa, she completed field training, and she is currently assigned to Bravo Day Platoon. Recruits Crystal Hayes and Juan, they began the police academy, and they're expected to graduate sometime in April. Once they graduate, they'll start our in-service training and then go straight into field training. And then we have recruits Deshaun Bond and David Perea. They are in the junior class at the police academy, and they are expected to graduate in June. And again, they'll go into in-service and then field training. We currently have 8 vacancies. However, on January 27th will be our first lateral hire for the past 2 years. He came from obviously another agency. He will not have to go to the academy, so we are, as I stated earlier, we are shortening that time for him to be effective staffing on the street. One of the things that we normally have to wait on when we hire a new officer is their body armor. However, we have body armor that actually fits him. We're still ordering his own pair or his own set, So he is immediately going to start in-service training and then field training. Field training may be modified dependent on how well he evolves into this culture and how we do things here. Ultimately, field training 17 weeks, but we may cut that short, and that's based on the field training officers and the sergeant over field training. So he may be on the streets much sooner. Staff development, we had our firearms qual during this period. We had a 100% pass rate. Collectively, members of the department attended almost a little over 1,100 hours of training. That's a lot for this reporting time period. 5 officers, one of the things that I noticed was prior to this, we only had 2 or 3 background investigators. Well, what would happen is that would extend the time it would take for us to get to that particular person on the eligibility list. So we sent out a correspondence to the department asking for people interested in becoming background investigators. We got a good response, and we've added 5 officers to that, which now will help expedite our lists so we can hire people quicker. The care team, of course, Officer Ambrosio Hernandez, you guys know him. He had 45 new clients for this quarter. Our patrol activity from last year comparative, we had 2,100 traffic stops. This year, in 2023, we had 1,400, and our calls of service actually went down too. So when you see our calls for service reduce, you'll see self-initiated activity increase because they're not busy answering these calls. So that is very accurate. Our top 5 cited violations are no insurance, expired registration, no driver's license, speeding, and driving while license invalid. So we're still conducting our report cards. Again, this goes with the proponent of education. We've hit several businesses, Cash Saver, Costco, and Winco. We need to work with Costco a little bit. It is just a large parking lot. But Winco, we've worked with them a little bit and got them up to a 94% pass rate. So our activity during this time period, we've had 2 use of force incidents. One still pending administrative review. The other one was lawful and within department policy. We had 1 vehicle pursuit, which is still pending administrative review. 0 complaints. Community engagement, I want you guys to focus on, you're going to see a couple of pictures on the next slide, but that bottom picture in the middle, Chick-fil-A really stepped up to the plate this year with our Santa Cop program, and they hosted us out there where we would give free desserts out or meals out, and you wouldn't be surprised because people are generous. But we got monetary donations. We got people bringing in toys to do this. They really stepped up to the plate, and there's a lot of people go in on these events and help. The top picture, that's the day that we were fortunate enough to deliver the presents to the family. And then the top left, that is just us standing out in front of somebody's yard. So after we delivered the presents. So the Santa Cop program, this has been a staple program with the police department since 1999. Officer areas, and it falls under the community engagement, crime prevention. So officer areas and how we get families, and that's one of the main questions that we get is, well, how do you know where the families are? Well, who better to ask than the counselors at the schools who deal and interact with these children quite often. So now, unfortunately, our budget and our donations are limited, so we have to limit the amount of people that we are able to assist. And normally it's 2 to 3 families each. Officer areas devotes a tremendous amount of time and effort to ensure that these families get exactly what they need, to the point where she donates herself, her money herself, and then she's reached out to the entire department when we ran out of toys to see if people can support and sponsor a particular family. Officers and volunteers spent countless hours organizing and wrapping all gifts for delivery. You have to be organized to do this. I am not organized to do this. I mean, it is over 500 toys. So imagine a 10-year-old getting a Barbie from me. That would not be right, right? So you kind of, they're really good about the organization of this. This year we assisted over 45 families, gifting more than 500 toys. So between October and December, you'll hardly see areas because she's busy working on this. I wanted to highlight and make sure you guys notice everybody involved in this picture who were out there that morning volunteering their time, even the officers, delivering these gifts. It's gotten to the point where we have 2 trucks, beds full of toys, to where when we pull up into a neighborhood, kids come out, well, they run to these trucks and we're able to give them toys. So it's a great event, it really is. We love doing it. That is a good crew there, there's no doubt. And it wouldn't be successful without all of them and our volunteers. Julie's back there. So they did really good. All right, now back to the NIBRs. So here's the Group A offenses that occurred between October and December of last year. Group A offenses, if you look on the left, is all of those. It's a lot. Our NIBRs Group A offense count comparison between our best Southwest cities. And this is October. You have November. And then December. Thank you. Of course.
Questions? Comments? There you go, D.
Tell Officer Ares I said she does an excellent job in the community, and I hear great things about her from the community members. So thank you for all that you do, and for the toy donation and the Santa Cop. I think it's a great program. And any way I can participate or we can participate, please let us know. We're interested.
Absolutely.
Thank
of course, you got it.
You know, and just like talking about all the other teams, staff and team, y'all have remarkable people that are often unsung. I know even when they come up here, when they've done something just tremendous, it's not that they don't want to be here, but that's not what they're here for. They appreciate the accolades, but they just want to get back to work. We have one right over here, Ben Luna, that does a lot more volunteer stuff than anybody would ever imagine. And I've run into him on the other side of town, volunteering, doing something for a good cause. And so you've got so many great people in your organization. I do have one question. Oftentimes when we hear the numbers, when you say, well, we're 8 down, how are you doing in the detective ranks as far as staff?
we are down. Now, I will say we're down to 5 detectives right now, and that's significant. That is low. You got to understand that they get, I don't know, probably 4,000 reports in a year to have to investigate and go through. Having said that, as we're increasing our patrol personnel, because that is the backbone of our department, I have asked our lieutenant, who is the CID Criminal Investigations Commander, he has submitted a memo to all personnel requesting letters of interest for a vacancy back there. So that'll help. That's not the end. We still have several other vacancies, but that will help because obviously you don't want to overwork individuals because then they start looking elsewhere. So it's patrol's the backbone. We got to focus on that. But as we increase our staffing, we start filling these ancillary duties.
Great, thank you. Councilman Mac Burnett.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Stogner, I just want to make just a general comment, is that I mean, I've been around here a long time, simply, and our police department, I think, has always been outstanding and stuff. But I will say, I think since you've come on and that stuff, I've seen a increase in positivity and a united joint effort. So I want to thank you for help leading that.
Thank you.
City Manager.
Mayor, thank you. Chief, the mayor was asking about detectives, and without getting too much into the weeds, the the public may not know that you just can't go out and recruit for a new detective because of civil service laws in the state of Texas. Can you maybe touch on that, touch on stratified policing? And Councilmember McBurnett, thank you so much for saying that. And just imagine how they're going to be so excited once they get their new police station. So.
That's right, absolutely. Yes, I'm going to have a bro moment real quick, but it's ultimately, it starts from the top. It truly does. It starts with you guys. You guys have always been supportive to us, even when it's unpopular in the public. So you realize when you get older in your career how important that is. So thank you, obviously thank the city manager for allowing me the autonomy to do what needs to be done. Now, it's just not me. It's everybody in that organization. It's that culture change, and it starts with you guys. It truly does. As far as the stratified policing, so one of the things that we've kind of been lost a little bit is what is our direction? What is our vision? Where are we going as an agency? And we've gotten away from police work. Police work is going out and finding the bad guys and holding them accountable and allowing the judge or jury to determine their guilt or innocence. By doing that is problem-oriented policing, is essentially what stratified policing is. And what problem-oriented policing is very similar to what we did with the candlelight sweep. You deal with, I don't want to say deal, that's a bad word, but you work with your partners in this city to figure out what the underlying cause is for some of the distress, some of the, whether it's quality of life issues, whether it's crime, to eradicate that crime or reduce it. Now, just because we're moving to another neighborhood doesn't mean that we're never going to go back out to candlelight. That would be so counterproductive because all we're doing is just chasing our tail at that point. So stratified policing, we're working through it internally. It's going to be a framework of what we're looking at, and that's problem-oriented policing, is identifying the problem and figuring out how we're going to eradicate it. Absolutely. And there was another question, sorry, or was that it? Oh, yes, okay. So we are civil service, so ultimately what that means is you have to be at our department for 2 years prior to being able to transfer in these other divisions. I can't, as you said, I can't hire somebody from the outside and be an assistant chief. I have to separate myself from civil service when I was appointed chief. Because I don't have that protection anymore. Does that make sense? So when we hire somebody, they have to wait those 2 years before they're eligible for transfer or promotion for that matter.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Have a good evening. All right, so that concludes our meeting to the extent that we're going to recess this session at 8:52 to go into executive session, and any actions to be taken will be taken when we come out.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so we are now reopening our regular session at 9:56. And as a result of executive session, there are no actions to be taken. So we're adjourning our meeting for this evening at 9:56. Thank you all.
Thank you.